freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body, not having her government tell her what to do. I love you too. So here's the thing. Since the day that I announced my candidacy, I set out to find a partner who can help build this brighter future. A leader who will help unite our nation and move us forward. A fighter for the middle class. A patriot who believes, as I do, in the extraordinary promise of America. A promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice, not just for some, but for all. So Pennsylvania, I'm here today because I found such a leader. Governor Tim Walz of the great state of Minnesota. To those who know him best, Tim is more than a governor. To his wife, Gwen, he is a husband. To his kids, Hope and Gus, he is a dad. To his fellow veterans, he is Sergeant Major Walz. To the people of southern Minnesota, for 12 years, he was congressman. To his former high school students, he was Mr. Walz. And to his former high school football players, he was coach. And in 91 days, the nation will know Coach Walz by another name, Vice President of the United States. So America, for some folks, they're just getting to know Coach Walz's story. And I'll tell you, he is the proud product of a middle-class family in rural Nebraska. He is a veteran who served our nation in uniform for more than 2 decades as a member of the Army National Guard, and he went to college on the GI Bill. He is someone who, long before he entered politics, worked as a teacher. When Coach Walz and his wife Gwen moved from his native Nebraska to Minnesota nearly 30 years ago, they both took jobs at the local high school. Coach Walz taught social studies, Gwen taught English. After school, Tim was the linebackers coach for the football team. stories about he had a knack for using the game of football to teach life lessons. He saw the potential in kids who sometimes didn't even see it in themselves. Under those Friday night lights, Coach Walz motivated his players to believe they could achieve anything. And together, they defied the odds, hear this out, going from a winless record to the school's first ever state championship. Coach. And I'll say and I'll add, Tim wasn't only a role model on the football field. Around that same time, Coach Walz was approached by a student in his social studies class. The young man was one of the first openly gay students at the school and was hoping to start a gay-straight alliance. At a time when acceptance was difficult to find for LGBTQ students, Tim knew the signal that it would send to have a football coach get involved. So he signed up to be the group's faculty advisor. And as students have said, he made the school a safe place for everybody. In the high school yearbook, the students voted Coach Walz the, quote, most inspiring faculty member. And as I think everyone here can see, Tim Walz was the kind of teacher and mentor that every child in America dreams of having, and that every kid deserves. The kind of coach, because he's the kind of person who makes people feel like they belong and then inspires them to dream big. And that's the kind of vice president he will be. And that's the kind of vice president America deserves. So it was Coach Walz's students who actually helped him decide to run for office. And he served 12 years in Congress, representing a purple district as he reached across the aisle to get things done. He was the highest ranking enlisted man to ever serve in the United States Congress. And the top Democrat on the Veterans Committee. And he was known as one of Capitol Hill's best marksmen, winning a bipartisan sharpshooting contest year after year. In Washington, Tim worked to raise the minimum wage, to protect the freedom of workers to join a union, and he cast one of the critical votes to pass the Affordable Care Act. which of course gave health insurance to tens of millions of Americans. I'm gonna tell you, when we win, Tim and I will continue to make the Affordable Care Act even stronger. We will win. Now, let's talk about what we're dealing with on the other side. So on that last topic, if Donald Trump gets the chance, he will end the Affordable Care Act and take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was like? Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. Well, Governor Walz and I will not let that happen. Because we believe health care should be a right and not just a privilege for those who can afford it. As governor, Tim has continued to fight for working families. He secured paid leave for workers in Minnesota. And he refused, as governor, to allow any student in their public schools to go hungry. So he made school breakfast and lunch free for every child. And Tim Walz and I, we agree about many things, including when our middle class is strong, America is strong. And strengthening the middle class will be my defining goal as I am President of the United States. So Pennsylvania, ours is a fight for the future of the middle class, and it is a fight for freedom. In this moment, we are witnessing a full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. Take reproductive freedom. Now think about this. Donald Trump said he wants to punish women. And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of 3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3. Some of these bans go back to the 1800s, even before women had a right to vote. Think about that. Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms. We're not going back. We're not going back. And so let me say about Tim Walz, he has shown up to stand against these attacks long before he stood on the stage with me. After Roe was overturned, he was the first governor in the country to sign a new law that enshrined reproductive freedom as a fundamental right. And with Tim Walz by my side when I am president of of the United States and we win majorities in the United States Congress, we will pass a bill to restore reproductive freedom, and I will proudly sign it into law. Tim Walz has also defended the sacred freedom to vote. As governor, he signed the most significant expansion of voting rights in Minnesota in over 50 years. And with Governor Walz's help, when I am president, we are going to finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We're going to get it done. So Tim is a hunter and a gun owner who believes, as the majority of gun owners do, that we need reasonable gun safety laws in America. So as governor, he expanded background checks and increased penalties for illegal firearm sales. And together, when we win in November, we are finally going to pass universal background checks, red flag laws, and an assault weapons ban. Through his work, Tim, the way I think about it, he really does shine a light on a brighter future that we can build together. In his state, he has been a model chief executive, and with his experience, I'm telling you, Tim Walz will be ready on day one. In fact, when you compare his resume shall we, to Trump's running mate, well, some might say it's like a matchup between the varsity team and the JV squad. So, Pennsylvania, ultimately in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? And here's the beauty of our democracy. We each have the power to answer that question. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with the people. We love our country, and I believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. That is how we preserve the promise of America. And after all, the promise of America is what makes it possible for two middle-class kids, one a daughter of Oakland, California, who was raised by a working mother, The other, a son of the Nebraska plains who grew up working on a farm. It's the promise of America, because only in America is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House. Only in America. Only in America. Only in America. That's right. And so Coach Walz and I may hail from different corners of our great country, but our values are the same. And we both believe in lifting people up, not knocking them down. He and I, we both know the vast majority of people in our country have so much more in common than what separates them. When we look at folks, we see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies. Not enemies. And so my promise to you is this. Our campaign will reach out to everyone, from red states to blue states, from the heartland to the coast, in rural, urban, suburban, and tribal communities. We are running a campaign on behalf of all Americans. And when elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans. And so, with Tim Walz by my side, and with all of you at our side, let us fight for the promise of our future. And with that, I ask Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. And now, welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Wow. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy. I'm thrilled to be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro. Holy hell, can this guy bring the fire? He can bring the fire. This is a visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy. And I think sometimes we forget and you see people a little one-dimensional, but seeing a guy who cares so deeply about his family, a man with compassion, vision, and I'll have to tell you this, I know this from experience. There is no one you would rather go to a Springsteen concert in Jersey with than him. Than that guy. Whoops. And I can't wait for all of you and America to get to know my incredible wife, Gwen, a 29-year public school educator. Don't ever underestimate teachers. And our two beautiful kids, Hope and Gus. I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and to help Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us to think about. Next President of the United States of America. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, Attorney General of the great state of California, a United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States. Vice President Harris has fought on the side of the American people. She took on the predators, she took on the fraudsters, she took down the transnational gangs, she stood up against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated to reach across the aisle if it meant improving people's lives. And I want all of you to hold this and don't ever underestimate the power of this. She does it all with a sense of joy. I know a little something about that commitment to people. I was born in West Point, Nebraska. I lived in Butte, a small town of 400, where community was a way of life. Growing up, I spent the summers working on the family farm. My mom and dad taught us, show generosity towards your neighbors and work for a common good. My dad served in the Army during the Korean War. With his encouragement, at 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation. The National Guard gave me purpose. It gave me the strength of a shared commitment to something greater than ourselves. And just as it did for my dad and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot at a college education. My dad was a teacher. My brothers and sisters and I followed in their footsteps. 3 out of 4 of us married teachers. What we do. For nearly 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies and coaching football. Including winning that state championship. Thank you. Don't ever close the yearbook. Don't ever. But it was my students. They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them, a commitment of common good, a belief that one person can make a difference. So in 2006, I took a leap and I ran for Congress. And because high school teachers are super optimistic, I was running in a district that had 1 Democrat since 1892. Well, my neighbors graced me with an opportunity to represent them in the United States House of Representatives. I'm proud of the work we did there together. I worked across the aisle on veterans issues, on agriculture, and on ways to grow rural economies. I learned the art of compromise without compromising my values. And now, as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I bring those experiences to bear in tackling the challenges that are facing our great state. Minnesota's strength comes from our values, our commitment to working together, to seeing past our differences, to always being willing to lend a helping hand. Those are the same values I learned on the family farm and tried to instill in my students. I took it to Congress and to the state capitol, and now Vice President Harris and I are running to take those very values to the White House. Now, Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than us. First of all, he doesn't know the first thing about service. He doesn't have time for it because he's too busy serving himself. Again and again and again, Trump weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand. He mocks our laws. He sows chaos and division. And that's to say nothing of his record as president. He froze in the face of the COVID crisis. He drove our economy into the ground. And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed. You know, some of us are, some of us in here are old enough to remember. I see you down there. I see those old white guys. Some of us are old enough to remember when it was Republicans who were talking about freedom. It turns out now what they meant was the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and their personal choices that they make. Even if we wouldn't make the same choice for ourselves, there's a golden rule: mind your own damn business. These guys are after my heart, chanting, mind your own damn business. That feels good, so thank you. Look, that includes IVF, and this gets personal for me and my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news. The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope. When Vice President and I talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions. And for our children to be free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classrooms. By the way, as you heard, I was one of the best shots in Congress, but in Minnesota, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws. Vice President Harris' idea of freedom is a ticket for education to be that ticket to the middle class, not crippling debt. Air that's clean, water that's pure, communities that are safe. A place where we settle our political differences not through violence, but with our votes. And that's what this election's about. What direction will this country go in? He's not going back. Well, Donald Trump would damn sure take us backwards. Let's be clear about that. And don't believe him when he plays dumb. He knows exactly what Project 2025 will do to restrict our freedoms. To rig the economy to help the super rich. If Trump gets a chance to return, he's going to pick up exactly where he left off 4 years ago. Only this time, it will be much, much worse. Raising costs on middle-class family. He will repeal the Affordable Care Act, no doubt about it. He'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And when somebody tells you are, they believe him. He said he'd ban abortion across this country, and he'll do it, whether or not Congress is there or not. Donald Trump's not fighting for you or your family. He never sat at that kitchen table like the one I grew up at, wondering how we were going to pay the bills. He sat at his country club up in Mar-a-Lago, wondering how he can cut taxes for his rich friends. And I got to tell you, his running mate shares his dangerous and backward agenda for this country. J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025 agenda. Like all regular people I grew up with in the heartland, J.D. studied at Yale, had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on! That's not what middle America is. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy. That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So. You see what I did there? Look. I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see. So you know what's out there, so say it with me. We aren't going back. We aren't going back. We are not going back. So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead. Over those next 91 days and every day in the White House, I'll have Vice President Harris's back every single day. And we'll have yours. You know how this works. We can't do it alone. We need you, each and every one of you. Go over to KamalaHarris.com, get on board, because we need you. Freedom to make our own choices. This leader, this compassionate, careful, joyous leader believes in each and every one of you. My God, you came here tonight to sit at the very top because you love this country and you're not going back. She believes in the opportunity for every single person to join the middle class. She believes in the promise of America. We just got to fight. We just got to fight. Because as soon-to-be President Harris says, when we fight, we win. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Vice President. God bless America.
You should not be able to tell a woman what to do with her body. That's first of all. That's a woman's body.
You think
By the way, do you like my buddy Felix's shirt?
I love that.
Felix, by the way, Mr. Trump.
That's fantastic. Wow.
Yeah, you got the grill.
What's up, Paradox?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Are you on speaker?
Huh?
Are you on speaker?
What does it sound like?
It just got kind of sounds like an echo, like you're in an echoed space. It's not bad. It's just
What
it's a
about
difference.
now?
Yeah, that's better.
What about now?
Yeah, that's better. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay. No, I was surprised you didn't. Well, I guess I just saw you were live. Did you? I'm assuming you saw the VP pick and everything.
That's what I was just streaming.
Okay. Oh, so you were streaming the speech.
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you think?
I dozed off a little bit.
Oh, come on. He threw some punches. He threw some punches at Trump. He said he'll debate Vance if he'll get up off the couch.
Yeah. I mean,
You can't tell me that person can't go into these Midwestern, in these and frankly, even in some of these southern states. Because I don't know if you know or I don't know if you heard, he's a state championship football coach.
yeah, I've been doing my research.
So, state championship football coach, veteran, like that plays well in the Midwest. That also plays well in the South.
I think it plays well. I think it plays well in every red part of America.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It plays well. See, I think with her picking because of the demographics, I think that I think he is going to be very instrumental in the campaign. Like they're going on a tour, every state, all the swing states. I think with the exception of is it Georgia maybe? They're going on a tour like every day for the next 6-7 days, just around the country. So I think he is going to be instrumental. I think he's going to play more of a role than a normal VP candidate would. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just think with the optics of like, hey, you have this black female who can play very well in these, very large metro areas, but how does she play in one of these rural areas? I think that's the thing.
Yeah, I agree. No argument here. I know that Trump's he's trying to find him. He's trying to find a way in. I know that, but he's trying to figure out how to get back in the mix, boy.
Wait, a way into what?
Just a way back into the stream, man. You see where he at? That's why I was looking at some of his clips from Aiden Ross. He's trying to find a way back in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw this guy. I saw he endorsed Trump yesterday.
Who, Aiden?
Yeah, he had a stream or something and he endorsed Trump. So people were saying there was I think 50,000 people on the stream or something like that.
Nah, that's not gonna happen.
So yeah,
more like a half a million.
Oh, really? Okay. I mean, no. I mean, here's the thing. Like,
but it doesn't convert. It's not going to convert the vote. But I think he's just trying to figure out a way to get into, get back into the stream.
Oh, you mean like the news cycle?
Yeah, the news cycle, the internet.
But I mean,
whatever.
If you're
where you can see, anywhere where he can be seen, he's trying to figure out how to go viral. He's a master at this.
But I mean, here's the thing: if you're Trump and you're having to do
the sister that he brought out there, I think so fine.
Wait, you're a little bit low.
Am I low?
A little bit, just a little bit.
Let me see. Am I still low?
No, you're good. You're good.
Turn my mic up, maybe you can hear me. Yeah,
no, I was gonna say, but if you're Trump, isn't that bad that you're having to fight your way back into the news cycle? And doesn't mean Dems have done their job.
Oh yeah, but that's how it works, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's just I think it's so. When has Trump? The only time Trump has been out of the news cycle when he's been running has been really this last summer when he was in court, like in June, when he was in court every day, and all you really saw was him leaving and coming to the courthouse and like giving a statement afterwards. That's the most Trump has been out of news since he ran, because he stayed in the news in 2016 and won. And then in 2020, he was the president, so he could be in the news pretty much every day. And then, he's kind of been in the news a good bit since he started running again. So,
but he lost to Joe Biden.
Yeah, but he was still in the news cycle.
Then he became irrelevant for 4 years.
Oh no, he wasn't relevant before. He was making waves last year because people were like, "Oh, is he gonna run?" He was floating that out there, and all of these things.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was I don't I got to think back.
Well, the other thing is too, you got to think now. After 2020, that was the big thing. Is Trump got out of the news cycle because he got kicked off all the social media sites because of January 6th.
Right.
So that took him out of the news as well. So he was used to just being in the news because he was the president every day as well. So yeah, that's the thing is, I think, like I said, that took him out. Then he got back in when he said he was running, and then he's kind of been in it until the trials, because the court cases and the charges and that kept him in the news as well, having to show up to court, having to have the FBI go and seize documents, go raid your place, all those things. So the court cases that kept him in the
news. I guess you're right. You're right. The news did keep. I don't be watching a lot of that stuff, but yeah, you're right. The news did keep him in that part, keep him in a negative, from a negative perspective.
Yeah. So now he's been.
They've basically been hammering him nonstop. Yeah. From that perspective.
Yeah. So now you've been out of it. So it's just interesting that you're trying to weave your way back into it, and then they're going to basically
because he's thinking that the right and I guess the right and whoever else is probably going to I don't know. I don't know if like you said, I don't know if he was expecting for it to be. Well, actually, let me take that back. I know they didn't know that this energy was here. I'm not sure if anybody knew, and so I know it caught him off balance, probably.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, everything is.
I'm still trying to process it. Really, I'm like, how did you attack it? So when he went to Atlanta, I'm showing there. I said that's a start. That is a start. That might kind of get you back in there a little bit, and then if you bring on, and then he goes and hangs out with. I think he went on Full Send podcast, and then he went on Aiden Ross. So that'll help him get back into the stream, I think.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do
those are mega podcasts. And then he had even XQC. So that's another.
But do those people vote?
3 million people. That was mostly a 5-year-old watching that.
But do those people vote?
No.
Do those people vote?
I'm sure some of them vote, but
because that's the thing. Like, you can say things about traditional media and it's like, but traditional media is still watched by older people, and they vote at higher rates.
I haven't seen any analysis on how social media converts, or how much leverage does a social media person has.
Well, that's sort of the thing, is in the sense of, I'm sure it's somewhere out there, but
because most social media. Let me not say that. Do you know how like a celebrity like whoever, Michael Jackson or somebody, they have a little bit more control, I think.
If you're gonna say that much, Trump is in trouble. Like, if Beyonce is already,
but the power of persuasion we're talking about. So I don't know how many social media people. I gotta keep thinking while we're talking out loud. Maybe I think of somebody.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
That's sort of the power of persuasion, and people, because you're entertained by social media, but I'm not sure if passing that could get you to vote.
Well,
right.
Well, I can tell you this.
But I will say this though: the counter to Trump would be for her to go on his show. That would just be insane. By the way, that would be insane.
Well, I can tell you this: Trump will be in trouble from a from a social media perspective, as far as engagement, because if Beyonce is already she's already donated to the campaign. I think I saw the other day she donated like $4 million to Harris's campaign. She's letting her obviously play her song. I don't know if she'll actually issue a written endorsement. But then on top of that, when Taylor Swift, when she endorses the Harris, like that one might break the internet. Like, we can't talk about individual influencers, but you just know the influence that she carries with like white female voters.
And maybe in the future, it may have more weight as these kids grow up. There may be some conversion there at some point in the future. We'll see. We don't know what the future holds. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you thought this woman cooked?
I didn't say that. What
Oh,
I
okay.
said was it's a counter move.
Oh, okay.
I'm not running. I'm not in this. I'm an observer. So I love all of it, left, right, and whatever. I love it all.
Yeah,
So
because she.
I like to see the plays, because remember they're paying people millions of dollars to come up with ideas on
Well,
how to be relevant. Because remember something, Kamala knows that she has what 90 days, whatever it is.
yeah, 90 days.
Days, right? Now the VP pick, oh man, I'm still processing that too, because I'm like, I wanted the admiral. He stepped out, and then
Oh yeah, he was never serious. Yeah.
I think that's what I wanted. Then I thought I know DC was talking about Bashir, but look at this kid, man. I don't know. Like you said, I don't know. My mind is still trying.
No,
I've
no.
watched so much content. I was trying to read some of the articles that they wrote of him, and I was thinking about the Trump then made a mistake by having the far right push the anti-Black Lives Matter and the anti-George Floyd stuff and the riots. And I was thinking to myself, well, didn't this governor call the National Guard on black folks?
Well, he did,
Governor,
but he was never gonna.
did he stop work? But then what's that bastard's name who
Wait,
killed
who?
George Floyd?
Oh, you're talking about Derek Chauvin.
Didn't he work for that? Didn't he work for this governor? So
Yeah. But here's the thing. He
I don't
was.
think he used any of that material. I said, well, I don't think y'all. I mean, Trump probably is going to try though. Who
I
knows?
don't know. They've already brought it up because people are
Did
already
they?
saying, oh yeah, people are already on social media having to say like, hey, because they were like, oh well, this is Tim Walz's America, and they have a picture of like of a police station or something on fire, and they were like, yeah, that was a Boogaloo boy who was charged with doing that. So like, you can't put that on the left, and then on top of it, see Tim Walz, he catches it. See, he's gonna catch it on both sides because the right is basically saying, hey, he called in the National Guard. He didn't call them quick enough. The left is saying you called them too quickly. So he's never going to win that argument from that perspective. But then on top of that too, he was the one who gave Keith Ellison the Keith Ellison the case.
He gave Keith Ellison the green light. Go ahead and go get him. Now let me just say this: I just saw Walz just do his speech. I'm sorry, guys, but it's over, man. That dude, that dude was far better than I would have ever thought. It's over, man. It's over. It's over. It's over, man. Kamala, them gonna get down, bro. I'm sorry. It's their game now, man. This guy is good. I didn't think he was gonna be as good as he was. When I saw that and I saw that speech he gave, and I just came. Me and my brothers and all, and we were up there. We were up in the upstairs, man, just going crazy. It's over, man. It's over. It's over. It's a wrap, man. Kamala, and these guys, they really come out here strong. This is the best rollout I've ever seen.
He counters JD Vance.
He crushes him. He crushes him. He crushes him. He crushes him. This is the best rollout I've ever seen.
Well, Paradox, you're looking for this picture. You're looking at the picture. Have you seen the one of a young Tim Walz, like when he is in the National Guard, when he's holding his rifle, like a young him?
It's gonna pop up in a minute here.
What's up?
I'm sure it's gonna pop up in a minute. I'm just kind of scrolling through now.
Nah, I just saw this guy, man. It's over, guys. It's a wrap, man. Trump is done, man. The Trump era is over. Thank God. He's done, bro. He's done. He's toast. He's toast.
Yeah. I think he did really well in that speech. I don't know what they're doing as far as like messaging or what they've changed up, but like they've been throwing a lot more punches. Then
did you say that? I missed that part. Give me 1 second. I missed that part.
Yeah, this is the part I was telling you about.
That is if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So
Look at her face. She almost
See what I did
no
there?
way. You look nasty though.
Yeah, this one too, Paradox. This is gonna be hard to counter as well. That's him signing a bill to guarantee. Yeah, like
I spent 6 hours looking him up this morning. Probably whatever it is, whenever he announced. Since they announced, I've been looking through everything I could find.
Now, Walz.
I'm
Walz
like,
It-
yeah, it's definitely an interesting pick.
no, this is the thing, Paradox. He's like a Swiss Army knife. Like this video shows it. You see how that first picture is him in that camo hat and that
It's
t-shirt.
problem. Yeah.
I'm like, oh yeah, you go into those Rust Belt states talking to those people, and then you can go sit on MSNBC and communicate a message as well. That's why he's so unique.
Yeah, he's a very effective communicator. You already seen it. It's very engaging, and it disrupts. In my opinion, it disrupts the mind because we've had, especially they're going to put him out there in front. Who have we had as a VP that's this interesting? I mean, it's been forever.
No, it's been a while. Pence was kind of boring. Joe Biden was kind of, just one of those people who were kind of in the back. Like you have a legit person that you feel like you could go out there and like really, really be a surrogate for your campaign. Like it's almost, to a sense, you almost have to be careful that you don't get upstaged.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I just gave him another $100 just 2 minutes ago. I just gave him another $100. So I'm probably up to about a little up to about $2,000, maybe a little bit over, giving these guys.
You about to max out?
Yeah. I'm a max. I got to be cool. I got to slow down a little bit because it's 2,500. But I gotta throw him the Doski because I'm a never Trumper. This guy's got to go. These guys have to be. They must be destroyed. And I have to say, Kamala, if this is her thinking and her choice making, this guy is far better than I thought. This guy is far. It's a wrap. This is over, man. This is it. This is over. This is over. This is the best rollout I've ever seen in my 61 years of being out here. I have never seen anything like this. Haven't seen it. Haven't seen it. 45 years of at least looking at politics straight. 40 of them. Damn near 50 years in this, looking at this. Voter registration drive and stuff when I was 16 years old before I could even vote. Over 50 freaking years, half a century, and I've never seen anything like this. I haven't seen anything like this. I haven't seen anything like this. This is the best rollout I think I've ever seen. Especially at this short time, at this short phase. I've never seen this. I haven't seen this.
Yeah, it's been flawless. Yeah, Paradox. This video, like, this is not even something. This is something he actually made for his campaign. Like when he was running in Minnesota, like that. What's up?
I think he was giving like daily tips.
Yeah. That's why I'm kind of like that. When you can go dig up stuff like that and find it, and it's not like, oh, this is not really crafted at all. Like this.
Well, not that it's crafted, it's that it honestly feels back some normalcy and just candidates that can connect.
Yeah, but like that's what I was saying with Shapiro, because I was listening to him today. I was like, I see why people say he's charismatic. He does sound Obama-esque, but then like you have some people who feel like there's too much of that in Washington.
Let's just say this: the talent. I'm looking at where the talent is. Talent's on the Dem side, man. They got the talent. The Repubs, they got to totally rebuild, reshape their game. They're done. They don't have their benches. Their benches sucker laid. Well, they don't have the talent. The Dems got it. They got it. It's not even close.
It's tarnished too because so much of it has been tarnished by Trump. Like any of these people who are up and coming, a Nikki Haley, a Marco Rubio, even a Chris Christie, even though I think he's in the best spot to sort of revive himself. Like they've all bent the knee to Trump, and that's going to be a pretty bad stench, if that makes sense.
The Republicans are going to have to destroy MAGA. They must destroy MAGA. That beast must die. And then they have to really re-anneal this party and bring it back center right, get it from the crazed extremes, and really start to build a new bench of normal thinking, political, practical people that are in touch. Their racist game and all that savagery they're running, people are going to get tired of it, and the numbers don't favor them down the line. The numbers don't favor them with the new voters and stuff coming down, the changing demographics of this country. The MAGA must die, and Trump, you have to, you got to move this guy. You got to get this guy out of here, man. The Republicans have got to remove all traces of this guy in the next election cycle. They got to get rid of this guy, man. They have done themselves a disservice. After this convention, it's over. When this convention comes out and they come out with their final rollout, it's over. This shit is over. So they're gonna have to really, they got to regroup. They got to regroup, man. And plus I didn't think I did not think this guy Walz was as good as he is. I didn't think so, but man, it's a wrap, bro.
Yeah, I'm looking at Nate Silver at the polling right now. So nationally, Harris is up now in his polls 45.7 to 43.6. So Trump is still trending downward, and Harris is still trending upward. So like that's the thing, is she really has not settled to her baseline yet. We'll see if that happens over the next like week or so, if she actually settles at a baseline, but it's been increasing in the polls.
You got to count as this rollout here has been this is the best rollout this is the best rollout in the last half century. This is the best. You guys weren't born yet, man, when this stuff started coming out. Y'all too young for this. Y'all ain't seen this yet. But this thing is the best that's ever that certainly you've ever seen, and certainly that I've ever seen. This is the best.
Yeah.
After this convention, the Republicans are going to have to come up with a forget about 2024. They're going to have to look at 2028 and 2032. They're going to have to really prime for that, because if I would say if Kamala has a good first term, she'll get reelected. She will not step down, and people will not want her to step down, especially if things go well. Then you're going to go into 32 with Big Mo and if the Republicans haven't really reshifted their game from that, then you might see the end of the Republican Party, and the new Whig Party or something else like that may have to be formed, because these guys will be gone. They'll be out of there, and they're not going to be able to gerrymander their way and cheat and crack a rig the system just to keep themselves in, because you're going to have the Justice Department, a lot of other things that you have to worry about politically from the gerrymandered districts that they're going to be moving in on that after a bit. And and the Democrats, I think, are going to do something to fix those courts.
How are they going to
try
to get Kennedy to drop out?
Say that again.
Well, I don't think it's only going to matter.
It's get Kennedy to drop out.
Well, it's only going to matter in a few states, because I think he's only on the ballot in Pennsylvania and Michigan are the only states that are battleground states. The rest of them are irrelevant.
Yeah.
So I mean,
drop out. He's probably going to have to get him to drop out.
Is he going to? Well, he keeps having weird stuff happen. I was listening to Lichtman the other night, and he was saying, yeah. Well, he was just saying that, the Bear situation, and that he was just saying that he's going the opposite way, because he was talking about sort of the keys, and he was just saying, hey, the RFK seems to be going down, because more crazy stuff just keeps coming out.
Yeah, I was a fan. Then he went crazy on me.
Yeah, but the other thing, Paradox, that you run into with some of these races in the polls is you got to look at where the senators are running. Like, I know the Democratic senator in Wisconsin that they are running up like 4 points.
Yeah.
So, and the same thing. I don't know about Arizona yet because they just had their primary, but Nevada, as well as Michigan, not Michigan, Wisconsin. The senator is running up, like 4 or 5 points. So unless you think a lot of crossover voting is going to happen, that's the other problem.
Plus one in Arizona right now. So they're all pretty much tied except for Minnesota. No, that's pretty tight.
You got to think though, this poll was based on
Let's see, Michigan. What is this accurate here? She can't be. What is this?
Polymark. Yeah, that's where like I said.
I follow them, but I was just saying I was trying to figure.
Yeah, that's why I follow. I look at more of the average because some polls are good and some of them are trash.
Yeah.
So Paradox, you think he's going to debate?
He's not going to have a choice.
So you don't.
And unfortunately, it's like how it's like you have no choice, but you still probably gonna look crazy. So it's like you're trapped. Like you can't not do it, but when you do it, you're gonna really put her. Depending on how she performs, it's gonna make her more popular. People are gonna pay more attention to her. So it's like, what do? Do you just not do it so you don't give her that extra push? And do you go all in on it? I don't know.
I mean, don't you think
it's gonna be funny watching her and him talk to themselves on Fox and on ABC in a couple?
You think he's okay? So you think the one of him? It looks better. It looks worse, in my opinion, of him trying to run the Fox because it's like with Fox is like, okay, we already know these people have paid $1 billion, like lying on your behalf. Like, so the fact that that's the first platform you want to run to, that does not look good. And then the fact that you agreed to one of these debates previously, and you kind of run on, hey, I'm Donald Trump, I don't take any mess from anyone, this and that. The fact that you're kind of, walking away from this debate with someone who's supposed to be someone you can campaign against, that I don't see how you can hold that persona up.
I don't know. I mean, it's so tight. I'm still trying to figure out who is he trying to go for. So he's not getting off the black vote. So he's trying to hold whatever he can hold there. I'm just trying to figure out who is he trying to move.
Well, I think he's flailing right now. Like
who are you trying to? Because like I said, the base is the base, right? The energy is there for them. They've been there for 8 years,
but that's all he knows to throw to.
Everybody else, where are those numbers coming from?
No, that's why I'm like when that's why when like you go to Georgia, and you attack the governor, it's like, what are you doing?
So mad. They so mad. She's not gonna survive. She's gonna have to go. She's gonna have to get off this show. Especially if they win. The lady right here.
Yeah, is she a Democrat or something?
Yeah, she a Democrat. Yeah, she been cooking for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know you talk about. Yeah,
they so mad at her. Yo, it ain't even fun.
But she's calling it right.
Angry at her.
She's calling down the center. She's calling right down the center, and they don't like it. I mean, you have people. You have
a candidate that she can flex with, and they just haven't had it. They've been able to kind of dog bite now for the last 2 years or whatever. So now you don't have anything because she's not a known politician on that level. So you don't really have anything that happened overseas somewhere, or you know what I'm saying? Nothing crazy. So you don't have much to work with. Like with Hillary and with Biden, you had a lot more material, but they're gonna have to basically just give you some material in 90 days. I don't even understand how that's possible. It takes so long to get into the minds of people. I just don't know what it would take.
Nah, the Repubs got a lot of work. They got to put together a 10-year plan here. They really do, man. I mean, this is pretty serious. If I was a top Republican strategist looking at what's going on here, I would be freaking horrified.
They've been freaking out for 12, 13 days. stressed
Yeah,
out,
no,
gray
no, no.
hair, losing their hair, not sleeping.
I'm thinking about the destruction of the party itself. You got to think about the entity.
That was destroyed in
itself.
2016, man.
This is the entity itself. So now they gotta think about regrouping, man, because this shit's over.
They gotta let it. They have to let it play out though.
Oh yeah, of course,
it has to play itself out, and then it can start to go through a rebirth process. But it has to play itself out first. This is just the normal ebbs and flows of politics, though.
Well, I don't know if this is normal. I don't think we've seen this since the fall of the Whigs and the rise of the Republicans in 1853. We're talking about the 19th century when none of us were around. And I've been around a lot longer than you cats, but I wasn't around then.
I include all of American history.
I wasn't around then.
The thing is that what you do is you regroup and you rebuild, and that's just how it works. That happens all the time. It's just a cycle. It's not that heavy, really.
No, this
is a cycle that you go through, and you make mistakes.
This
for
is heavy,
example,
bro.
Obama and Hillary and
No.
From letting Trump put in 3 justices is going to affect the country for 30 years, right? But it happens. Keep it moving.
No. But I'm saying with what he's describing, you've got you've got to tear the party down. You've got to.
Well, the party that I'm talking about is ready to take it back, but you have to let the MAGA thing run its course. That's all.
No, I'm saying, but like with the MAGA thing, because you could argue like MAGA, Tea Party, it's all kind of been there and it's kind of evolved more.
It's been there festering since 2004.
Yeah.
But what you were looking at,
it's had a 20-year run, and if they lose,
you're looking at the collapse of a party. You're looking at the collapse of a party, bro. We're not talking about just a group where you're looking at a fundamental group of what they consider heavies that are in that party right now that can't move it forward. They won't be able to move it forward. You were looking at the collapse of this joint.
Traditional
Republican. Very serious. This is very serious.
I'm not going to obviously go hyperbolic. What's the point? Who cares? What I'm saying is that the party will adapt and adjust. Party's not going to be so if the MAGA people have to get a little bit more quiet, have to bite that bullet like they used to back in 2004 or 2008, they'd have to suck it up.
Paradox.
The left has to suck it up and keep their mouth shut. When Hillary was running, it's not.
No, Paradox.
What are we really talking about?
But here's the thing. I think you got to
look at everything so hyperbolic, man. Get off the internet.
No, Paradox. I think you got to think of it like this, though. I think you got to think
the internet. I'm in the party, bro. I've been at this game long enough.
But the internet can rock your brain.
Nah, I don't rock the internet, man. I'm in the streets, bro. I'm a district leader, bro. I'm involved in this thing in a very real way.
But you can still come on the internet and be hyper with everything. What I'm saying is that
you got to rebuild this party.
The people in the party, the MAGA people have been there. That's no different than if Bernie Sanders wins and takes over the left. A lot of the moderate left is going to be mad about it. And guess what? You adapt, you adjust. The country ebbs and flows.
Have an ethic.
I'm not going to until you can prove what you're saying is going to happen.
I think it happens. I think we're looking at it right now. I think we're looking at it right now.
No.
I'm not going to argue with you. You go ahead and make your point.
There's nothing to argue. How many states are going to go red? I'm sorry. How many states are going to go blue? When you take out the swing states, based off your logic.
Wait, what?
If the Republican Party is dead, based off your hyperbolic
conversation, no, I think it's.
How many states are gonna? If we take off the 7 states that are
at this point,
that are swing states, right? And we look at the other 43 states. How many states are those going blue that went red?
A good chunk of them is still going to go red.
How many?
I don't know.
Red. Going to go blue.
Yeah, the ones that are in play are still going to go red. So you're talking about what?
Who controls the House?
Republicans right now.
How many senators do the Democrats have?
50.
So why is this person talking to me about the end of stuff? What are you talking about?
Well, here's the thing.
You're hyperbolic. What are you talking about?
What do you think I'm talking about?
It's not.
Think about it. This is
Reagan running. Are you going to do all 50 states are going to go?
Start to think critically and think about what I'm saying.
The Democrat?
I mean, start
You're not
think
saying
critically.
it's my whole.
Come on. Don't come in there with your
You're
paradoxical,
doing
you
weird
know,
symbolic
with
stuff.
your paradoxical
That's
thinking.
weirdo stuff.
Let's think about this critically. Just look at what's going on. If
You
you
just came
process
on this.
what I
You
said
just came on
earlier,
this show and said
that's what I want to say.
it's the end of the Republican Party. You sound like
There's no question about that. These guys, if these guys lose, there's no question about that. No question.
That's what I'm saying. That's stupid. You're talking.
It's stupid.
You're just happy. You're just saying anything.
You're not. You're emotional. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Wait, paradox. No, I think
the
problem, the problem that you're going to run into with Republicans is, I do think, in the sense of Trump is basically taking over the apparatus of the party.
2016.
You have no. I'm talking about 2024, like where he fired like loyalists.
Of
the RNC, and he put his sister-in-law in charge. Like y'all, like you usually don't have that sort of takeover. On top of that, he's been using it.
He had his daughter in the White House in 2016 working.
Oh no, you can have your daughter there. It's one thing to have your daughter in the White House. It's another thing to have your family members running the actual apparatus of the party. Wait, what?
That was messy.
Well, I can't hear you.
I said that was messy. That was messy too.
But this is more messy.
Putting his family in the White House was crazy, and somehow he got away with it. Still, I still don't understand.
But I'm saying, like, when you start talking about putting your family in charge of the actual apparatus of the party, the problem you run into there, like Trump has already been using the party to raise money to fund his legal bills, like as well as fund his campaign.
It does show you the power of the people, though.
The other thing,
cool though.
The other thing is the party.
It proves that you can organize people and change things. That's what I love about it.
But the other problem is
to watch small groups of people, primary people, 04, 06, you know what I mean, and actually transition the party because they had anger and grievances. So yeah, I love that.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: the party, you got to acknowledge this. The party has lost control from the top down. Like when you look at if you look at a party structure, your state parties, they can be pretty well run, or they can be like badly run. But like everyone bends the knee to the federal party. Like when you need to raise money for an election, you're going to the federal party. Like when you need to go and get additional resources, get consultants, things like that. Like you go to the federal party, you go to at that level. But then they also they keep you out of trouble, like in the sense of like they keep a lot of the crazy state politics from spilling over to things that are horrible for the party nationally.
Yeah,
like all that is done. Like you saw that with like when the Tennessee legislature threw out the two black legislators. The federal party was like, what are you guys doing? Like, this is not, they stop you from doing things that you feel like, oh, I can do because I'm in this deep red state and I don't care about anything else outside of that. I think all of that is gone with Republicans. And I think if you're going to literally try to take that, you would literally have to fire a bunch of people in the party, get a bunch of these MAGA people off the election boards that they have gotten on, like these small state house seats, things like that. It's a lot. Like, I think that's where I say the party is really in trouble and it might be done. It might fall apart.
That's what I'm saying. You have to rebuild.
It's going to transition quickly. It'll be quick.
No, it won't.
People already.
It's got people dug in there as deep as an Alabama tick. You go have to get them on out of there.
There's people already.
You go have to get them on out of there, boy.
Very quickly.
Ain't gonna happen quickly there, boy. You ain't seen this before yet, boy. I'm telling you, they gonna have to do a lot of work here, and they gonna have to rebuild this whole joint.
It's been working.
No, it ain't working.
If you're paying attention.
No.
You just running your mouth.
Hey, listen, you need to pay a little closer attention than what you're doing instead of trying to be a paradoxical sweet and chicken, sweet and sour chicken ass nigga over there. You ain't shit. You need to look at it. You need to look at this a little close. You got it. You can't be as paradoxical as you like to be here. You gotta look at this thing a little analytically. My brothers.
Oh, this is old. This is still Joe Biden as the candidate.
Yeah, I don't think they've been posting anything. Yeah, I don't think go to their website.
No, yeah, I was gonna say if you want to look at 538, like their website is the best. RCP is really good too. Like they have polls, they're average.
I really want to post on here.
So Paradox, who did you think she was? Did you think she was gonna pick Walz?
No.
Who did you think she was going to pick?
Right. I was so caught up in who I wanted her to pick. I wasn't even thinking about it.
Who did you want her to pick?
The Admiral.
Oh, okay.
Outside that, Pete Buttigieg.
Oh, so you really want her to take that risk?
Uh-huh. I like AI.
I see why. Yeah. So you think
I would love to watch the country have to bend to things like that. To watch how it responds to it. Because how they're going to deal with it. Because because the thing is that once people get right, I mean, like I said, the abortion thing is very interesting. To watch a lot of MAGA women, not vote or vote the other way. That changed their parties around the last couple of years, and how it's impacting all the states. Quietly, I guess you could say.
Wait, did you see the Trump Truth Social post?
Which one?
The one where he was saying that the plan was that Joe Biden was going to come to the convention and take the nomination back.
Who said that?
Trump said that on Truth Social.
I mean, Trump has been on a bender for about the last 2 weeks, man. He ain't been out here out front, and he's freaking out. Some bitch is crazy, but anyway, like I said, he's gonna have to get back up off. He's gonna have to get off his twister and get out here and deal with what's getting ready to come down on his ass. This is not gonna be easy for him, for real though. That's the problem he's got to deal with. He's gonna get here and deal with it. Gotta have a little fun up in here, man.
What? This is desperate.
It looked desperate. It doesn't look like that.
He had to pay him. I mean, has he always been a Trump supporter?
Who? Hey, man, well, I don't even I won't even give him the airtime.
I don't know who he is. I literally found out who he was yesterday.
Oh, okay. So you don't be on stream.
No.
Okay. He just, to keep it simple, he's just a very popular streamer.
But I mean, has he ever been political?
No, he's an idiot.
Okay. So you think Trump just called him up and this is their way of, okay, Kamala's doing really well on TikTok.
There is an internet network out here, right? There is an internet network that he's trying to tap into.
Yeah, he's trying to tap into young men.
So there is a stream of people, very, very, very popular streamers, and they're connected to all of the kind of the underworld stuff. So like what's his name? UFC president, whatever his name is.
Dana White,
Andrew Tate, and then it's kind of all plugged into Joe Rogan, and then it kind of branches out to all the white comedians that are all kind of like mad at the COVID thing, mad at America, whatever, pick something, whatever's working on their brain. And all that's kind of interconnected with like some MAGA people, some far right people, extreme right people. It's all kind of connected. Not telling me what to do, and we're doing what we want to do, and even Stephen A. would be a part of the network. Fox News people will be a part of it.
Wait, but
it's all kind of connected with OAN and.
But I mean, I take it as the people.
It's all kind of like tied together with him and Ty and a whole bunch of stuff.
But I mean, I kind of take it as this network.
But they're all idiot stuff for the most part. The only one that has some sense is this kid, right? Well, he's not a kid though.
But it seems like they're largely white men.
Yeah. Disaffected angry gray boys, and and you'll mix a couple of shine bone black ass Negroes in there as well.
can't think of his name. I hate that. It'll come to me in a second, but maybe I can. There's probably only one serious person here. And see, one thing about Aiden is that since he's Jewish, he decided to. That's one reason why he's even probably talking about anything.
Oh, I'm looking at Bruce Springsteen just came up in there. The boss, he can. Oh, this shit is off the chains.
Where you see it? Where is it at? Where do you see it? Where is it at?
They would over up there in Philly, man. They getting busy over there. They getting busy up in there. Like I said, best rollout I've seen. Best rollout I've seen, boys. Best rollout I've seen. This is a tough one. This is gonna be a tough. It's gonna be a tough one for the repubs, man. I don't know. It's gonna be a tough one, bro.
Oh wow, Unreasonable saying 538 ain't been great for a while. I mean, Nate Silver left, so he has his own thing. But both of them have Trump up. So I'm sorry, both of them have Harris up. Both of them have Harris up, winning.
Yeah, like I said,
is there any Senate seats vulnerable?
Wait, say that again.
Is there any Senate seats that are vulnerable?
Oh yeah, like they're I mean, the thinking right now is Democrats won't hold the Senate because some people are worried about Sherrod Brown winning re-election in Ohio. I think he can win because he's kind of built his whole niche out there. I think the one they're worried about is Tester in Montana and whether he can win re-election.
Yeah.
But
look at this video right here. You see what I'm talking about.
What the hell? Why is he half naked, like interviewing the streamer? This is all weird.
Yeah, the streaming world.
As Andrew Tate, man, come on, man. Andrew Tate's finished, man. He finished, bro. Andrew Tate, come on, man.
Wait, so Paradox, you think he did that for the camera?
Who?
Yeah,
Aiden, bro. Yeah, he does everything.
Okay.
He's all about the stream. All about the stream. Any way to get content, doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. He as highly finished as he is. That is true. That dude's highly finished. I mean, his scam game was good. He ran a nice scam. I gotta give him credit.
And he did something very, very smart that I hate some of the other guys didn't do. When Kick launched itself, it was offering some shares in the business. And he was trying to get some of the other streamers to come over, and they was nervous about going to a gambling site. And he probably made about $200 million once they popped. And so he is silly rich now.
No. His scam game was on fleek. There's no scam game on fleek. He can't lie, man. He was good at that. I mean.
Are you talking about? I was talking about Aiden Ross. You talking about Tate?
Tate, yes, Tate. Overall.
Oh no, I was talking about Aiden Ross. But Tate he's still running his scheme, so it hasn't stopped.
No, he's running mad schemes. But like I said,
but again, when you think you're more than just an individual person, and they make the phone call, and they humble you.
Yeah.
Individuals got a lot of big egos, do a lot of big mouth talking, and then the phone call is made, and all of a sudden you in jail somewhere, locked up. You don't know why. Then you become a victim all of a sudden.
He ran his victimhood game down pretty good, but pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff going on right now with the Dems. Let's see if they can keep their momentum. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how the repubs respond. This is going to be very interesting to see.
They don't have an answer.
No.
They ain't even rolled out like I said, they ain't even rolled it out. And you know what's so crazy about the energy is that this country, everybody's very trendy. And if they see somebody look like a winner, they will start to change.
That's
Start
exactly
numbers
what
to
they're gonna
support
do.
and start just to get the clicks and the likes. They will start to bend, and I expect to see a lot of that happening as well. So 90 days is just not enough time. I wonder what state she's gonna have to live in a little bit. I know that I know they're going on their seven state tour.
Oh no, she's gonna live in Pennsylvania. That's gonna be
Okay.
one of the tipping point states.
You think Florida's gonna move?
No, I don't get the talk of why Florida's in play. I've heard Democrats have had to spend some money there, but I don't see it seriously being in play unless they get crazy turnout in Miami-Dade.
Did Obama win Florida?
Yeah, he won it twice.
Yeah, he won it twice.
Florida was a swing state even in 2016. Hillary was, really thinking that she could win in Florida. It's really since then Democrats really haven't been able to really get a foothold back.
But like I said, it may be in play this time around as well. So
that's my pick.
You got to watch that.
Florida might move, but who knows?
Florida, Georgia potentially is in play. Like I said, I had a dark horse of Texas because they got the demographics, but I don't know if that'll be. I certainly don't know.
Now I would concede. Then now you said fucking Texas. Then I'll start talking crazy with you. By the way,
I ain't talking crazy, bro.
If you saw Texas go blue, then
the numbers are there. The numbers are there. Can they turn it? Is another story.
I've been up 10 years, so everybody thought I was crazy when I said that 2016. But anyway, but if it happened this time, yeah, I'll definitely be talking crazy with you at that point. I've been knowing Texas is going to move blue since 2016, really 2010, 2012, really. I was crazy. I said, just keep watching. Just need time. Just keep watching.
No. The numbers are there. Large Latino population. You have a lot of other people from many other states coming in.
You preach to the choir. You preach to the choir here, man. I got you.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm all ready for Texas to go blue. I just want to see how the country's going to respond to it.
Oh, I mean, do you think Republicans are going to respond? If listen,
that's all Republicans got to do is give it up, and they can get more votes. They're just not going to give it up yet. When they it up, it'll be more competitive in the future. But they have to give it up.
Well, no, you have the wrong strategy. Like basically, they never. I mean, the whole thing after they lost in 2012, they were supposed to do the whole autopsy and figure out, okay, we're gonna have to appeal to Latinos. We're gonna have to appeal to Black voters. We can't just win with white men.
Right.
And then Trump came in and doubled down on that losing strategy.
Triple down, quadruple down.
Yeah. So that's the thing, is like, instead of having that serious discussion, they essentially have tripled down on Trumpism. So, and now they look like, hey, now if you look at Project 2025, if they win, it looks like their whole thing is, hey, let's just go straight fascism at this point. Like, we're this country was built for white, straight, heterosexual Christian men, and we're just gonna try to take away everyone's rights.
That's not real. That's
oh yeah, it is. It is.
This country, this ain't 1695.
Well, so you don't think that they would try to go and implement that agenda?
Oh, I mean, I'm not smart enough, so I can see. I don't know. I know that it's just weird out here. Have you seen the riots? Have you seen the riots in England, in London?
Yeah. I've seen
over the knife attack and all that. Yeah, they got the super conservative.
Have you been seeing the? Have you been seeing the? A lot of the Black Africans come out and make comments about it.
Yeah, they've been like, basically, I've heard some people be like, hey, online, they don't want to leave their home. The Nazis are marching through the streets. The police aren't really doing anything.
Well, those police aren't built to do anything anyway. So.
I mean, but I've also seen, like, you got some brothers out here jumping out there, kind of stomping a few of them down as well. So there's some crazy stuff going on. Are they going to chill out? I don't know. But what I found interesting was in Europe, the right wing was supposed to kind of take over in England and France and so forth, and that hasn't really happened, and there may be some turns around. There may be some turnaround in Spain as well as Italy potentially. So I don't know. A lot of what was supposed to be from the far right is kind of shutting down, and I think we're going to be seeing some of that here as well. I think there'll be violence coming from
I think
feuding.
that they're going through their process. So it'll be cool to watch how they have to just adapt to it.
Wait, isn't England still like 90% white?
I don't think so. I think it's like 37% white men. I think it's 37%.
No. Isn't it still like? Wait, no. Isn't it still? It's still. I gotta look at the demographics. I thought the UK was still overwhelmingly white. Like,
I think they're the minority.
No, they're not a minority. What are you talking about? No, they're not a minority. No, not at all.
You said they're overwhelmingly in where? Maybe you mean the whole UK,
Yeah.
not London.
Yeah, I mean London. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at according to 2021
London.
Yeah, demographics of England and Wales are as follows: 81% white, 9.3% Asian, 4.2% black, and then like 3% mixed or multiple ethnic groups.
What is
now
it
London? That may be let's see.
Well, that's where it's popping off, and you have.
Yeah, I was talking about London.
Oh, okay. So now London. Okay, as of 2021, London is 36% white. It is 20% Asian British, 13% Black British, and then 5.7% mixed, and 6.3% other. So yeah, Black African 7.9 of the other common Indian and such. So yeah, that's where it is way more diverse.
Yeah, it's when you start getting out in the Lincolnshire and all those places out there, and you're going down to West Sussex and all that, you start going further down and moving out westwardly. It becomes less black.
When you're watching the Western world have to, they're common folk that has to deal with this for whatever reason. I guess they don't really have to deal with it, in my opinion. They can just accept what they have to accept, right? But I think it's a process for them. It could be Australia, South Africa, it could be Western Europe, it could be Canada, America, whatever. They're gonna have to let it go. They're gonna let that white identity go at some point, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Because they're really mad for no reason. I heard these guys I follow, they got a show on YouTube. It's called what is it called? There's some London cats, some white folks, some white boys in London. Do I still have it? I follow them on YouTube. The Lotus Eaters. And you have a lot. I mean, it's been going on for a while though. But you have a lot of Europeans that have an issue. They don't really. I don't know if they have an issue, but they don't work. I mean, they don't do anything. I don't know what the problem is. You need labor.
Wait, is this from today or this is the event that started the riots? Oh no, that's old. That's from July 18th.
I don't know if they scrubbing the internet. I don't know why it's not more up there on it.
So I'm looking at England. England's a white ass mofo. My goodness, you're looking at 81% white. Scotland, 92%. Wales, 94%. Northern Ireland up there, 96% white. That's an awful lot of blankritude. Going through the miles up there, brother. It's a lot of white folk.
Yeah, I don't know.
you need to go outside the mosques and throw stones and cause community riots. You're welcome to have a cup of tea, an English cup of tea. Remember, cups of tea were founded during the British Indian Raj when.
That's right. I think they imported maybe almost a million Indians since the 1940s or 50s or whatever for labor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna send you this. I'm gonna post this link real quick, Paradox, before I go. Yeah, I posted it in the back chat. This is from the speech, since you said you fell asleep in it.
You said, "Oh, you just a speech."
Oh no, since you said you fell asleep in the chat and in the speech, I posted one link.
Now, Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than us. First of all, he doesn't know the first thing about service. He doesn't have time for it because he's too busy serving himself. Again and again and again, Trump weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand. He mocks our laws. He sows chaos and division. And that's to say nothing of his record as president.
Damn. Damn.
He froze in the face of the COVID crisis.
Damn.
He drove our economy into the ground. And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump.
Shit.
That's not even counting the crimes he committed.
Shit. Damn. Look at Kamala.
Yeah, I know you said you fell asleep. That was one of the highlights in it of hey, that Republicans normally run on like crime is up, like crime, Democrats crime. You know, that one is one that they can't just, you know, they're not running on that, if you've noticed, because crime is actually down. So they've taken away one of their talking points. You're on mute, Paradox.
I said, yeah, that's a big one.
Oh man.
That is a big one.
Or how my girl was saying in Brazil, puta que Peru. Isso.
Have you seen the Republicans for Kamala yet?
Nah, what is that, like a group or something?
Yeah, they launched it a few days ago.
Wait, what's the difference between that and Haley voters for Harris? Like just brought yeah. Oh yeah, that's a pack. Like Nikki Haley sued to try to get the pack to stop. Yeah.
They're popping up everywhere. It becoming a whole trend, basically.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, we'll see. Like that's the other thing is like these Zooms. Like there was like a progressives for Harris. Like
that one.
I think they're trying to do. I think I even saw they were trying to do like a Latter-day Saints for Harris. So like every intersectionality is just showing up in this. They did a
Yeah,
comedian.
and I keep thinking Trump has ran. I think one of the mistakes is I'm trying to figure out how do you re-engage because you have given up, you have ran on something for so long. It's so worn out. I don't know, and then you get punched in the mouth. How do you ever get the energy to recover? Because I keep trying to think to myself, you run everything into the ground so much.
That's why I think like
If you bring up an issue, it doesn't really matter because you ran it into the ground. You run it into the ground. So it's kind of like, well, who's going to really be listening when they've been hearing it for so long? We get bored easily. Remember, even with Obama, remember after the first 4 years, the speeches and the talking sort of kind of wane on people a little bit.
Somewhat, but I mean, he had some of his best speeches in the second term, like the when he went to the church in Charleston. What's up?
I got a little burnt out.
You okay? You don't think that the speech in Charleston at the Charleston 9 that was one of his best speeches?
That was amazing.
That one was great. I think the Morehouse speech where he went and spoke at the graduation, that one was really good.
Yeah, but watching him day to day though, it got a little boring.
I mean, you can have too much of a good thing.
I'm watching. I mean, you are too, though. We're watching it every day. I'm not just like waiting for one big speech to hit. So when you're seeing those press conferences all the time, you're just like, you get burnt out after a while. And so with Trump, I was thinking 8 years, and you're gonna let him run again. I'm thinking to myself, like you said, you could have got away with it though with Joe Biden. You could have got away with it, but all this new energy, and you got 2 new people. I don't know if you have the time to recover from the punch. Maybe I'm just trying to think. We got a month. What was it, October?
The thing is that the Democrats did so strategically. Like I'm sure Republicans will think twice.
Don't it seem like it's pre-planned already? You can't keep hitting home runs, right? At some point, you got to hit a single.
Well, I mean,
you got to do something, right?
Well, I mean, the wild thing is that
I love politics too much.
The wild thing is the worst thing that ever happened to Trump was him winning that debate, or at least having it, and Biden doing poorly. Like you normally take, I'll take a debate if you tell me my guy's going to come out and perform that well.
If he would have did well, he'd still be running for president. That's the funny part.
Yeah, that's the wild part. He'd still be running. So that whole agreeing to a debate early, I can see that people in the party are just probably kicking themselves, like, why do we do that? And then like damn, I wish he didn't do so well.
It's impossible to know though, right? It's like you just gotta
that was difficult.
As a Democrat, it's literally you got a gift from heaven.
Oh yeah.
Even though I know Democrats don't believe in God, they're atheists.
Nah, that's false.
Okay.
No, so
it's false.
I'll follow all you demons. I don't know about that.
But that the wild thing is, like
I'm sure there are a lot of things you don't know about, but that's certainly ain't the truth.
But no, that's the wild thing is that literally just the Republicans spent all their capital up to that point on, hey, we're running this race, and then Dems, when they did it, I'm sure when they had the discussion, we're like, we're gonna do this after the convention, so like they've already like, basically been like, hey, this is where we're going, we're gonna be hyped up, everybody's gonna come to circle, and it's like, I don't know why Republicans do their convention, they did it so early. Like if in the, I'm sure.
Look at who they were going against. It's like,
Well, I'm sure going forward, like you're just gonna have to, like,
and not only that, say if you was a strategist, right? And somebody said, well, we have to remember, Joe Biden could die, so we're gonna have to get vice president. And I think they probably even was thinking like, even if she ran, she's no good. We saw her.
Right, yeah.
So I think even if they calculated that he might step down or he might quit, I still didn't think they cared. Because they're looking at what she did 3 years ago. Because you had so many people online talking about how this is the far left, by the way. Was it the far right? I was listening to.
No. You had plenty of people who were like
Bernie Sanders was, with the black vote, he had 16%, and she only had 1%. Actually, it was no. You know what? It's a guy who was on the far left who kind of got kicked out of that environment and kind of went rogue a little bit. He just talks crazy now. But anyway. He was trying to do like a little miniature hit job on her for some weird reason with all bad information. It's like you're not even paying attention,
Well, I mean, that's the thing is.
And then she picked this guy, so you're still not missing. Like at least if you miss one, that'll get you back in the game, right?
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. If Dems, like I said, I think she's passed the VP test. So,
Yep.
I don't think there's going to be any fumbles there. Obviously, he made it through vetting, because I think the thing with Shapiro is you were worried about him getting out there and then more stuff coming out about him. I don't think you're going to have any of that here. So it's like from now, it's basically you've extended the honeymoon phase.
But not only that, I looked at the other guys, and to me, he wouldn't follow. You know how you have some characters in politics who like what's my guy in California, the governor?
Newsom.
You got guys like Newsom who are very polished, professional.
Yeah.
Then you have guys who want to be stoic. You have guys who want to be these different. They want to play different characters.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking, would Walz be too left for her, right? But shout out to Mike V. I think I read one comment. I think whenever we had the last show, and I think he said he needs to be, more left than her.
Yeah.
And he hit that right on the nail, because this makes this pick right, because all the progressives that I follow, they wanted him from the beginning. I'm looking at them like, you're not getting him. I'm sorry, guys. So they are celebrating. All the guys that I follow on the progressive left, they are just ecstatic. And so it's pretty funny watch. They're never happy. So to see them be happy at least for one day is a good thing for them.
I had to say, I was watching. I really wasn't a huge fan of Walz in the beginning. And that was as far as of yesterday, really. And I've looked at his record, and I saw that his record was pretty progressive, even though he's not a senator, he's a governor.
Right.
But a lot of what he has, a lot of what those guys have administered in that state has been certainly more progressive. But I wanted to see how he was going to kind of pass that test on the stump. This guy stepped out here and tore it out the frame. So he's going to be because you really want somewhat of a progressive, somewhat firebrand out there, really pushing this really hard. It seems like he's really got that together. And and JD Vance is not he's not going to be up to this, bro. He's not going to be up to this guy. So they're going to try to throw as much dirt and sand and mud and all that they can throw. But they're very subject to getting a lot of dirt and sand and stuff thrown on them as well. So some of that's going to cancel out. And if this guy's going to be able to energize the base and really have young people feel comfortable about this, it's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Well, the other thing is too, I was going to say, like, you pretty much ride this honeymoon phase to the convention. You have a united convention, people come out of there fired up. And then like you're pretty much rolling into the fall and into debate season. So it's like if they, like I said, they've passed two gates right now. Like you didn't fumble the rollout when Harris came, and then you did not fumble the VP pick. I don't see how you really mess up the convention because that's planned.
You ain't gonna mess it up.
So then it's kind of like, if you're Trump, how do you once again get the momentum back on your side? And like I said,
he's drained everything. I'm trying to find out what energy source can he tap into.
Her polling is not settled. Like you haven't seen exactly. It keeps going up.
Yeah. She hasn't plateaued yet. And as you said, as more and more excitement gets caught in here, this guy was the right pick. This was key. She had to make the right pick here. That was a key presidential decision. That was her first major presidential decision, if you want to look at it from that perspective, and she did it right. And your man Trump, he's eternal in making bad decisions. So so you gotta give her credit, man. She hit this one she hit this one right now so far out the park. So this is a problem. I
don't think she could have went wrong with the short list, but I will give you that the more I'm looking at, I'm trying to figure out how all of America is going to process him. But like you said, however they take him,
I've not heard
everything that's on him is exactly what a lot of America wants. But I think he's gonna probably surprise people because I told someone, I said, in a weird kind of way, it's kind of Bernie-like in a kind of an odd way. I know they're two different people, but
Good point.
if you actually find young people who kind of, because if you have y'all seen the video with him and his daughter, him and is it his daughter or his granddaughter?
Yeah, his daughter in the car.
Yeah.
I know when they was at the amusement park talking about eating turkey legs or something.
I missed that one. No, but yeah, that's his daughter.
That's his daughter. Let me see, can I find it? That video right there is the one that was like, yeah. I was like, he could be running for president. I don't like that. But
yeah.
Wait, I got to drop Paradox. We got a recording, but I will come back up if you're still live.
Okay.
Afterwards. Yeah, we got to. We're gonna do a recording for this on the Brain Trust.
Oh yeah. Cool. No sweat.
Yeah, I'll pop off as well. We'll do that. And Paradox, thanks for having me up, brother.
Oh no, I appreciate it, man. Anytime.
You got it.
Yeah. Same here. DC didn't come through today.
He said he might. I'm about to get off myself, but he said that he might jump on. I was trying to see was he gonna jump on.
Oh, okay.
That he what did he say? That was 30 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. No, then I will. If you're still live, I'll come back. But if not, then I guess, but maybe Saturday y'all do another stream.
Well, I told him I was trying to wait for a couple of weeks, but
okay.
I started reading on Tim Walz. I was like, well, I guess I can't wait. If it would have been somebody else, maybe it's like, okay, we know who he is. He'll do what he do. But when you get a guy like this who is kind of
he came out of left field.
That's what I'm saying. When you look at what he is, my mind is still trying to understand him. Because I'm like, I haven't seen this in so long. I just forgot what it felt like to hear somebody that's from the Midwest who talks like this, act like this, moves like this, thinks like this, and then you have all the videos to kind of back it up. It's very simple and easy to digest. And he's connecting with his daughter, and I mean, it's like you say, it's really, if he was a Republican, it would be phenomenal, right? I mean, like to have that on the Democratic side is just criminal at this point. Go take Ben Shapiro or something. Go give me somebody else.
That is true.
And he's progressive. That is insane. I mean, that's another stroke. I'm like, I don't like this, man. This don't look good. It's not cool.
No. That is rare that you get that background. The school teacher part, like if you X that out, the football coach, the veteran, all of that.
Right, yeah. If you try to demonize him, I'll be curious to see how America responds when Trump.
He's a hunter too.
With the name caller.
You saw some of those videos. He's a hunter and a fisher too. So
he's literally
gun owner.
He's literally the American dream in a weird way. So and it's not the American dream that we've been so used to, I think, lately, which is polished.
It's the Midwestern version.
Why you have MAGA is because the shiny people have been running things forever. Going back to even Bill Clinton, where he wanted to not be from Arkansas, he wanted to be more of the elite, East Coast folks. He wanted to kind of feed into that. So a guy like Tim, in my opinion, has always struggled. So I've kind of forgot about those people. They've always struggled to connect because the shiny people tend to, kind of overshadow them a lot, right? It's been consistency. We've had other candidates like him trying to get in. And it's always like, no, if you're not Obama, polished this way or this kind of pedigree, they kind of fade them off basically. Because remember they had a guy. What was the guy? What was it? The governor?
That's what Biden was, though.
Yeah,
Biden's that same sort of.
Yeah, he is, but definitely establishment, definitely wealthy, definitely has. I always tell folks about old hip hop artists. I said they've been rich for 30 years. You don't relate to them. So, Joe Biden has been successful for so long. Like, when the last time he was a teacher somewhere in some little school, something, when it wasn't for the show, right?
Yeah.
So to have a guy that's this old, but still has that, what do you call it? Like you said, he's a great counter to Trump. Like you said, Biden was a great counter, and then you come right behind it with another version, but that's even closer because he upsets J.D. Vance, right? Because J.D. Vance is trying to pretend to be
that he's that.
He is. Joe Biden tries to pretend, and it works. I mean, it's business, it's sales, right? You're selling yourself. But to actually have a person that's actually like that in this short of window, in this short of time frame, I think it's it definitely is a really great move. I don't
Yeah.
know in the long term would he wear on people because he is a Midwesterner, a real Midwesterner. So that'll be curious to see just how America takes him over time. But it's such a short window. You won't have time to really digest him.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
Yeah.
I think America is very, egotistical and arrogant. So when you bring in common sense in this country, for some reason, I don't think people really like common. They say they want common sense, but you really want the shiny. You really want the polish. You really want the the sex.
You want that without the arrogance and people feeling insecure and them
Right.
looking down.
Right.
So
And that's why again I keep going back to Nancy's nephew, the boy in California. That's what
Yeah,
America really wants. See what I'm saying? Like they act like
Yeah.
they want him, but you keep saying you want him, but you keep picking these other, you know what I'm saying? To some degree,
Yeah.
right? They tend to be a little bit more polished, a little bit more educated, a little bit more successful, a little bit more rich. That's what we've been doing. So to get someone as VP in this lane, it's very interesting. It's a very, very, very smart move in this window of time. I
Yeah,
think maybe if
I
he
gotta
had a year
drop.
running, but you go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, no, my bad. I gotta drop, but I'll catch you back.
All
Okay.
right. Let me send DC this link. If I can get him back on here.
These guys are after my heart, chanting, mind your own damn business. That feels good. So thank you. Look, that includes IVF. And this gets personal for me and my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news. The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope. Lessons you learn as the lessons you teach. When I grew up, community was a way of life. My high school class was 24 people. I was related to half of them. I learned to be generous towards my neighbors, compromise without compromising my values, and work for the common good. My dad was in the Army, and with his encouragement, I joined the Army National Guard when I was 17. I served for 24 years. I used my GI benefits to go to college and become a public school teacher. I coached football and taught social studies for 20 years. And I tried to teach my students what small-town Nebraska taught me: respect, compromise, service to country. And so when I went into government, that's what I carried with me. I worked with Republicans to pass an infrastructure bill, cut taxes for working families, signed paid leave into law. I codified abortion rights after Roe got overturned, because I go to work for the common good. But enough about me. Let's talk about you, because that's what this election is about. It's about your future. It's about your family. And Vice President Harris knows that. She too grew up in a middle-class family. She too goes to work every day, making sure families can not just get by, but get ahead. We believe in the promise of America, in those.
What's up, bro? Are you happy about this? Are you happy you had a new
We can beat the Lions, right? What about, okay, this is a hard question. What about the Packers? Let's hear it.
You guys have like a contest? The best Friday
But then we're going to go get some food, corn dog,
I'm vegetarian.
turkey then, and
Turkey's meat.
then it's not a Minnesota turkey special.
Acts as you being a big government liberal.
What a monster. Kids are eating and having full bellies so they can go learn. And we're not putting government in between you and your doctor. We're not telling you who you can marry. And here in Minnesota, you're free to read what you want to and free to not. I'm a football guy, and I like to go on offense. Bully has no strength. They have nothing. The fascists depend on fear. The fascists depend on us going back. But we're not afraid of weird people. We're a little bit creeped out, but we're not afraid. How often in 100 days do you get to change the trajectory of the world? How often in 100 days do you get to do something that's going to impact generations to come? And how often in the world do you make that bastard wake up afterwards and know that a black woman kicked his ass and send him on the road? I've led soldiers. I've taught students. Wait to debate the guy. He drove our economy into the ground. And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald.
Wasn't only a role model on the football field. Around has
These are weird people on the other side. They want to take books away. They want to be in your exam room. I've got a 23-year-old who told me TikTok is on fire. Go ahead and continue to denigrate people. Go ahead. My God, they went after cat people. Good luck with that. Turn on the internet and see what cat people do when you go after them.
Don't fuck with cats.
It'd be funny if it wasn't so sad. They see the least fortunate among us as scapegoats and punchlines for them. Kamala Harris and Democrats see them as our neighbor. You know, get sugarcoating this. These are weird ideas. Listen to them speak. Listen how they talk about things. Told them that they shouldn't talk about race. They can't help it. It is built into their DNA because there is no plan. There's no healthcare plan. There's no healthcare plan. There's nothing to do on that. They want to take away our alliances and leave Russia to do whatever they want. The minute they all step on the stage, the American people have lost. Are they going to debate who can ban the most books? The same old failed policies. Instead of putting out a memo like that, tell us what your healthcare plan is. Donald Trump told us he would do that on day one back in 2017. There's nothing there.
But you've legalized recreational marijuana, you passed universal background checks on guns, you expanded LGBTQ protections, you implemented tuition-free college for low-income Minnesotans. There's free breakfast and lunch for school kids.
What a monster. Kids are eating and having full belly.
when you compare his resume shall we, to Trump's running mate. Well, some might say it's like a matchup between the varsity team and the JV squad. In fact,
handed out the free breakfast at Fridley Middle School Friday. Maybe it was the Fridley ball cap, but as a few hundred kids filtered through the line, only a few of them realized they had celebrity servers. You know who just served you muffins? No. No? What if I told you that was the governor of Minnesota? The governor? Yeah. Okay, that's pretty cool. Scientific research has shown kids who are hungry perform worse in school, both in academics and conduct. And it all starts with breakfast. Fridley Middle School teacher Jessica Riffley told me she's noticed a night and day difference in her students' behavior since Minnesota adopted universal free meals in the fall.
This program has made a tremendous difference because not only are my students able to come to class and learn, but they're able to then access higher thinking.
Here at Fridley Middle School, they even give kids a second chance at breakfast out in the hallways. All told, the Fridley district is serving up about 10% more breakfast this year than before universal free meals. Statewide, the numbers are even higher. 4.3 million more breakfasts served this fall, a 37% increase. 4.5 million more lunches, up 15%. Democrats said it would be popular, but even they underestimated how popular, and that's reflected in new education budget numbers. Over the next 2 years, they're asking for an extra $109 million for school meals, while cutting about $30 million from the rest of the general education budget.
And we will budget for a 37% increase next year that we got out of this and make it work. This is money saved in the long run.
Two other bills in this year's legislature could guarantee free milk for kids who bring their own meals and make sure they get at least 15 minutes of seated time to eat lunch. In Fridley, Corin Hoggard, Fox 9.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So,
Oh, okay, cool.
can you hear me clearly?
Yeah. I can't stay on too long. I gotta jump back off, but I just wanted to come through really quick, you know.
Yeah.
Jump on, give some of my thoughts on the VP selection. So, you know, as everyone knew, I was really high on Andy Bashir. I thought that he brought that kind of Midwestern Southern type of mix with youthful exuberance and just enough moderate and progressivism to kind of balance out the ticket. But now seeing Tim Walz kind of walk out there, and I guess this seems to be something that is becoming pretty much familiar with whatever they're doing right now. Whatever this is, man, this is this seems to be like master strokes, bro. Like they really have their hand or their hand on the pulse of the people. Like whatever the people need, they're giving it. So, and of course, it's not for all of America, but this is for America that need to get energized, need to feel a certain way, need to. Some of the people, they may be like a Tim Walz, where they're being forgotten about. White, middle-aged man, didn't get things handed to him from Nebraska by way of Minnesota.
Yeah, MAGA.
Salt of the earth people. Yeah, exactly. These are these people, and with a progressive message. And you know the thing about him, what I do see as a very very positive, unique positive for the Democrats. He don't just talk it. He puts in the work. He puts in policies, bro. You just showed it. He gets busy. He gets busy, man. That's what I'm saying. He gets busy. I mean, not just governor of just, not just doing that, but I mean for like the farmers, the low wage workers, the people that are struggling at the borders. He's trying to fill in the blanks. We talked about this when we was offline about how government basically fills in the blanks where, everything else is kind of falling apart. So the economy falls apart, then of course, your government steps in and
Yep.
fills in the blanks for you. That's the reason why they're governing. That's why they're there. That's the reason to solve those problems. I don't know if people really understood that, but that's the main reason why they're in office. They're not just in office when everything is all good. They're there to solve problems. So he's real. He seems to be somebody that's very, very forward thinking, pragmatic about it, and can speak their language to the point where they can get things done. He'll probably be real good
He's
litigator when
and
when
he's
it comes down to
problem
getting bills passed.
right. I mean, he's really Bernie Sanders in a lot of ways. I mean, he's problematic for the left
Right,
and for the right, to be honest with
right,
you.
right.
He's gonna hold both corporate Democrats and corporate Republicans, and all Republicans,
Yep,
obviously, but those corporate
yep.
Democrats and those supposedly liberal white men
See,
Democrats, he's
and
gonna
see,
he's gonna
he
he's
gives.
gonna he's gonna make them look funny because for the last 10, 15 years,
Yeah,
the thing that I would say the only, like I told him before, like I was telling the guys over here before, I said it's very smart to pick him because you have 90 days, and that's going to bring the progressives with you. Because I think if you had a year or year and a half, I'd be curious to see him and how America deals with him. Just because I think America
right,
doesn't want to
right,
really see itself as being greedy, monstrous, and all the other things that it is, right? And
right.
that it's not really sensible. And he exposes the greed on all sides, in my opinion. He
Yeah, no,
gives
he does.
he gives you that America don't want this. America been keeping them people kind of like, yo, y'all need to go. We like shiny things over here. So
Hmm.
get to kind of get like you said, they want Trump to represent, but Trump isn't them. He's Trump. He's what they want. They're manifesting him kind of through Trump. So Trump is shiny, billionaire, silver spoon, can make big deals, do big boy things, at least perception wise, even though he's not really doing that.
Perception wise.
Scale
Yeah, true.
on scale, he's at the bottom of that list, of
Right,
course.
right,
But he's
right.
still top 1%, obviously. But I'm just saying, when you lay it all out, he's not the Walton family, right? He's not making. But anyway,
So
but
this
my thing is that what I want to see though is, does white America that loves Trump, can a vice president of a ticket on the left make them second guess anything, or at least the ones in the middle who are leaning right? Does he move them back right? And I'm gonna tell you what I mean. If you juxtapose this guy, say against Joe Rogan or say Elon Musk, which is gonna be your loudest
nah,
social
just
voices,
go against
but the
just go
social guy.
against JD Vance. It's the same thing. Even against JD, it's the same thing. I know where you're going.
Yeah,
Big business.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
he's connected to tech bros.
yeah. Venture capital.
Silicon Valley.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go. Venture capitalists.
yeah.
And when you speak to these people, you can't juxtapose him. You can't pull the card on them like Josh Shapiro. You could do that. You could do it.
Yep.
I mean, believe it or not, and I love Josh Shapiro for a lot of reasons, but
Well,
you can
it's
pull
too
that
it's
big
too important
money,
to America,
Philly, big,
right?
what I'm saying, big state
But it's
governor,
important to America's
hand in
brain.
the banks.
Yeah, yeah. To keep it simple, the contrast would be, yeah, the Midwestern versus the coast, basically. The city
Yeah,
coast, the city.
yeah, because then you can contrast them two, but you can't do that with him. That's why I like Andy Bashir. But Andy Bashir's young. Like I said, I'm gonna get off of that. But this guy, because he has the experience, he has that ability to kind of get folksy, and he doesn't talk above people. So you even see, like, even today, he was just kind of like just plain talking out there. He wasn't using a lot of big words. He wasn't
It's
saying
part of
stuff that was like academic. He was just
right.
telling them, what they're talking about. He's saying what these guys are talking about, helping the people. That's who I am to my core. I
Right.
am that person. Teacher, football coach.
That's
Yeah,
what makes it look so bad,
just
bro.
run down my list, dog. It's just
And you know
I
what? I
said,
told you before,
God damn.
I still wouldn't have went with him because he's they believe. I mean, Nancy Pelosi came out at least and said that he's not really that left, but that's her job, of course. But I didn't think it was going to go with him because he is because he is loved by the progressives. So I figured that they would.
He
try to stay close to the center. So somebody
paradox.
somebody has made a political play here, a calculation. And like you
He's
said,
not
just
left.
like Trump shored up his base, this definitely locked
Right.
in the Democratic base. Like the Democratic base will
Yeah.
be bigger. The vote,
Yeah.
I believe what's going to happen. I'm going to make a prediction on this though. I will say this. I think he's going to get more people who maybe wasn't going to vote or wasn't registered to
Yeah.
vote. That's a Democrat. I think
Yeah.
that this is probably because of how he is. We'll see though the numbers, right? You might end up growing to the Democratic Party actually.
Right. I
You
think
know,
it's going to
versus
convert a lot of people.
versus trying to get the middle.
Yeah.
You might be able to actually just activate people that's just not participating or haven't registered or need to go. You know what I'm saying? Like it may end up just
Think
growing.
about the moderate independents. Who you think they're going to vote for? I mean, just
Well, with this ticket, I mean,
all you have to do is just make the just.
Hold up, though. I would give you this pushback. The MAGA virus has been running for a long time, and
No doubt.
it is deep in social media culture.
No doubt.
I want to see what's going to happen because in regular political world, even though it's only 90 days, which is asking for a lot, he could probably be, and he's VP, not president, but he could probably bend a lot of minds, right? And he is on social media, which is a good thing, by the way. I'd be curious to see, can he trigger people to sort of get confused and say, I don't know what to do. I like him a lot, but he's a Democrat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's a Democrat.
I'd be curious to see some people who are leaning to the right or who are even in the right, just to see would it have sort of remember Bernie Sanders was going to get Trump votes if he would have they would have been fighting over Obama votes basically.
Yeah.
If he would have been nominated, right? So I'd be curious to see what is that energy still there on life support basically for the last, I don't know, 8 years, and can it get revived because of this ticket? I'm gonna tell you, the progressives are losing their mind, bro, and they're activated now. And so I know calculation wise, I'm thinking if you didn't pick a progressive, you're gonna have your left extra angry, and you got 90 days, not a year, to kind of calm them down. So I wonder now, did someone say, well, we have to go this way? It makes the most sense because we need them at this point. You're going to have to do this. Even though you may want, Shapiro or you want whoever, we have to do this. He's going to get our base activated because they're a small group on the far left, but they are ravenous, right? They are turned up to 1 million. And so to get them excited, that'll push the party, I think. Because the party would have been torn apart. You do know that, right? If you've been following the progressives, I would listen to progressives saying they better pick Walz. I'm like, they're not picking him, but they really wanted him though. So somebody must have heard that and said, let's go with him. So you're gonna get that. You're gonna get that energy. I'm already seeing it on a lot of the progressive podcasts and stuff already today. They are ecstatic, bro. And by the way, maybe that was Bernie Sanders' play, by the way. What do you think? Are you talking, but you're on mute or something on your phone? I can't hear you. Have you been talking?
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you there. You've been talking the whole time.
Oh my God. Yeah, I was talking. Oh no, when you said I was saying that I don't think Bernie had too much or anything to do with this. I think they ran the numbers, the metrics, and the optics on going all the way through November, what's going to carry through at the end of the day. He's unique where he is truly the person that they are targeting on the other side. He is that person, just whatever his politics is, but it is him. And I don't know if people can see a progressive that exists in that body, white man, middle
Oh,
age,
my brain not
Midwestern.
processing.
It's
Not my
hard to
brain.
process it
Still not
because
there yet.
he because of some of the stuff people look at his policies, and the thing is with his policies, it's not the fact that they're so left, it's the fact that he get it done. He been in Minnesota. I think they were $15 an hour now. 15.
Yeah.
He did that statewide. That's done. No matter where in the state, that's crazy for Minnesota, bro. Think about that. I mean, done. the school lunches for all kids. So that covers the rural areas, the kids that's in the mountains and the snow caps, people that's no matter where you at in Minnesota, your child, if they give it that program, can eat from breakfast to lunch, and we got you covered. Don't worry about it. You see what I'm saying? One less thing you got to worry about. We're gonna cover that, and then we're gonna make sure that your kid can study and be healthy while he actually studying during the daytime. I mean, just for him to even get some of this stuff done, some of the stuff that he has been able to do, and from that standpoint, and knowing the pressure of what it was to be a teacher. The frustrations of that, being a teacher, coaching, not having supplies for the children, regardless of what school you are at. If it's a public school, especially, you're gonna know the limitations of that. And the fact that he can automatically align with these people, he's pro union. There are so many things, man. And when I try to talk to these guys, and I'm like, dude, I'm not trying to they think it's some kind of cheerleading session. It's not no cheerleading session. This is not what this is.
So what?
You have to be, what I'm saying? Like people be like, oh, we're cheerleading for, Kamala and all this type of deal,
They,
whatever she does.
they mean nothing, bro. Doesn't matter.
But I,
It's gonna happen either way. I wish I had that time. Thank you for thinking I had that kind of time. You're a fucking idiot.
don't be mad at us. Be mad at the facts.
I'm just following the white rabbit, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
all of it. It ain't that heavy.
it's not, dude. It is not that heavy, man. Like, dude, if you just look at things for what they are, then you have to be able to see that whatever this is, whatever has just happened, everything you believe Kamala to be, stuff like that, they have flipped this on its head, man. Nobody, I'm when I'm telling you, man, like I said, like there's no way. Because like I said, you be lying, people will be lying, dude. Just be like, what, how can I equate it to sports? I don't even know if I can equate it to sports, man. Like, what was that? What was that like when New England was up? New England was undefeated, right? And they played New York. It's like that, it's like having a team, you had this perfect team on the other side. They up, they blowing everybody out. I think that whole year they blew out. They had like the largest margin of victory. The New England Patriots, right? They blowing everybody out, blowing the doors off of people, pretty much the whole year. They played a couple of tough games, but they were pretty dominant most of the year. Nobody thought they were going to lose the Super Bowl. And for that upset to happen, it's hard to kind of, put your head around it. But if you start to look at what
America has been changing this way. That's what I mean about I don't care about the weirdos on the internet. But if you look at it, and I think people, I know we're in political season, so everybody's kind of activated. But Donald Trump lost the election to Joe Biden. So this for the exact reason, the way everything is lined up, it's all lined up to dismantle their system, in my opinion, right? If you get the victory. So when Joe Biden gets the victory 4 years ago, that's the beginning of the end. If you do it right, if it all plays out the way it plays out, right? And so think about it, DC. We wanted what with 4 years of Trump? Normalcy, just normal. Just do the day-to-day government stuff. Let's keep it moving, right? We don't need all the extra sauce. It's enough managing the planet in itself, right? You don't need to add anything to it. It's not about you, right? And so you get him, he loses, right? The country settles itself back down. Was anybody asking for it to go back to the way it was? Because I haven't heard that. Have you heard that? They're trying to sell it, but I don't believe it. And you're bringing in more normal, and I think normal is going to probably trump chaos. Is what I'm thinking. You still there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
I can
Oh
hear you.
man. So do I go out or do I go back in and out? How is it when I go in and out? Like,
No,
what does it sound like?
you just normal, and then it's like you put it on mute, and then you come
No,
back.
that's crazy, man. All right, man.
But anyway,
Yeah, but that's
that
yeah.
I think the normalcy kicked in after the 4 years of Trump. That's why Biden wins, right? Normal ticket, normal politicians, right?
Yeah, and Trump wasn't. I mean,
No
not Trump,
crazy
but Biden.
two cent
Joe
two
Biden wasn't crazy popular. Not really. He wasn't really popular with a lot of people that voted for him.
right?
Like
It was about
they
normal.
wasn't energized. They weren't energized like this. You got people that want to vote for Kamala, bro. You got people that want to vote for her. That's the difference. Same thing with Tim Walz. They want to vote for. They want to support these people. Like with Biden, it was just like you said. Let's get back to normal. Let's get back to the way things are. Let's settle things down. Let's get back to where it's not so chaotic.
I think she
You
could have
know?
just doing that. But for her to have the likability numbers start to move and shift and go up,
Yeah,
for her,
that's crazy, man.
for her picking a VP that, based off everything I've seen today, that is going to disrupt the energy. It's going to disrupt some things, and
Yeah,
it's going to make you recalibrate. And what I mean, and I'm not talking about the standard. That energy, that's going to roll, right? Everybody on the left is going to roll. They're going to coalesce. They're going to rock and roll. What I'm looking at is how the right is going to have to figure out what to do, because guess what? A
it's
lot
gonna
of
be
these
tough, man.
a lot of white people on the right, not white people, a lot of people on the right, many
Yeah,
of them who are very successful, who control large swaths of people in social media and on the news media, right? They're all rich mostly, right?
very much so.
They're
Yes.
going to have a very difficult time with the
Yeah,
grown. It's going to be difficult because guess what? Fox News is a bunch of children, right? Jumping up and down, being able to turn up.
complaining.
Cool, no problem.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it. I love the excitement. But now you
yeah.
bring in him. How do you respond? I don't even. I'm waiting for the tonight. I'm waiting to see. I need
I want
Fox
to
News.
see it, man.
So you know what it's going
What
to
they
do?
gonna say?
What it does is, I think what should happen. We'll see. You never know, right? Because they want ratings. But really, it should make them grow up a little bit more. It should make them kind of
Right.
ease back, even if it's 1%. Because when the lady was getting on them with Kamala, they still puffing, they still huffing and puffing. But I wonder, will this type of energy make people very uncomfortable? But it's gonna maybe bend them. So you know what? Yeah, I hated this and I hated that and this. I didn't like this, but man, I kind of like him. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden, you start to see a lot of people sort of bend who have big shows, big podcasts, etc., which would then start to impact the common person who kind of follows those. I'd be very curious to see how Fox responds to it, how OAN responds to it. As long as you don't have no crazy thing that we don't know about, like a foot fetish or something, nothing super crazy that they may have missed, then Fox and OAN and Truth Social and a lot of other channels and a lot of podcasts, even the big ones, the Rogans and the et ceteras, right? To just see how they have to deal with this type of person. Because you can attack Kamala because she's West Coast, she's California, right? They've been attacking California
Hmm.
for I don't know how long. I'm so sick of hearing about California from the right. I'm like, y'all got to get off that, man. But anyway, this is too much energy, bro. Like, let it go, man. Leah, it's like a bad
Yeah,
relationship.
they hate California, man.
It's a beautiful
They
state.
lean and hate on it all at the same time, though. Yeah,
But how you,
they got
but how you,
issues,
but how you
though.
live in bumfuck Alabama talking shit about California? Just put that in perspective. That's a different conversation, right? That's just ridiculous on many levels.
You went too far, man. That's not. I mean, that's not even a conversation. I mean,
It's
he's not
ridiculous.
Ivy League. He's not Ivy League.
That's what
He's not part of that kind of lineage.
Because even her,
You
from
know.
a racial perspective, she would be considered elite bourgeoisie. So they
Yeah.
need to find a bunch of black coons to go target her. So to bring
Right.
this guy, I just want to see what they do, because technically JD Vance would have been the neutralizer, but he's exposed. Actually,
He's
it's terrible,
exposed.
bro. It's terrible.
Man, what did you see what Shapiro said about him? Did you see what he said about him, bro? Like, damn, man, that's cold right there. Like,
I would fire.
yeah, I don't see
Fire.
it, man. I don't see the.
Let me
See,
give you.
that's what I'm saying.
Let me give you something.
Oh,
Talking
Jesus.
to a
God damn, bro.
33-year-old white male,
Whew.
MAGA, and I asked him, the first thing he said to me was, Kamala's stupid. I said, that's interesting. He said, I ain't want to get too hard, but I'm just saying, man, did you see what she said when she went down to the border, or she went down to Colombia, wherever she went on something? I just looked at him and said, that's interesting. But the way so then I said they should. So we talked a little bit, and I said they have to fire JB Vance like tomorrow.
Yeah, they're not gonna do it. I don't think, man. I think
You know,
pride is gonna keep them from doing it.
You know what his knee-jerk response was? Why would they do that? I said, because he's terrible. He's horrible. He's an idiot. What are you talking about? I said, you're watching it, right? This is not a good look. Trump needs to fire him
Bad, man.
2 weeks ago. And
Yeah,
so
if he was going to do it, he should have did it like a couple of weeks ago. Maybe when it first came up.
Shapiro, right? If they would have picked Shapiro, maybe not. Maybe we can work with that a little bit. But you can't.
Yeah.
Pick that he's me, bro. That is a master stroke.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, man. And he ain't afraid to talk bad. They're gonna let him go gloves off. You know, she's gonna be like, okay, let him do. I'm not gonna do this, but Tim will, Coach will. Let Coach handle it.
He want to get
because she put it. Yeah, let's go. I mean, dude, when you got Shapiro from the sideline tagging in, basically getting a lick in before you even get into the ring, bro, like it's bad, man. When he's like, yo, he said it ain't what he say, it ain't JD's fault. He's just not used to being himself. They got him over there confused. I'm like, oh man. Woo. Oh, that's just like I said, man, yo, they did him dirty today, bro. They did him dirty today. I mean, they making Trump pay for his arrogance, man. His fault.
I know what he's doing, but
we talk about it all the time. His fault. You make your choices, man. It is what it is, bro.
What it is.
Biden could have stayed. Biden could have stayed. Think about it. Biden just stayed, and then he decided, as of today, to step down. Not the same effect.
No.
Not the same thing.
No.
The timing of it, when he did it, how he did it, when the cycle was ending, perfect. I don't care what you say. There's no perfect timing than what he did when he did it to roll out Kamala and say, basically, you're ready. I got you. We got a plan in place. There's going to be a little insurgency within the party, but once we get all this energy together, we on our way.
Bro,
if they don't believe in you, hold on. They don't believe in you, but I do. And you could tell like the difference between there is a difference, bro. Like I said, even when she came out first to speak, when she came out first to even say anything, dude, you cannot tell me that ain't no different person than what you saw in the primaries, bro. You be lying to say, oh no, that's the same person. She's just getting all the support. That's not what happened, bro. Can't lie to me. I know that's not what happened. They were talking shit about the whole Biden thing, how down in the numbers they were burying the Biden Harris administration, bro. Burying them, bro.
Absolutely, slowly but surely. And
so,
I bet because people who love politics is when you sit back and say you couldn't script it, right? You couldn't script it.
No.
You want what you want, what you wanted. And the thing is this:
some things are organic. Some things are organic, man.
I don't think if you looked at any candidate would have worked, in my opinion. But I'm just talking about strictly social media. From a social media perspective, he's by far. It's not even close. It's not even close. He has very simple videos that can translate to a lot of people very, very quickly.
Right.
I'm not sure if Shapiro and Bashir and the rest of these guys I don't even know they're even on.
Not the same. Yeah, he's not. Not on social media.
It's just a lucky thing that happened to have him being himself in short clips.
Yeah.
That's just a lucky thing to have there. Just there waiting for you just to take advantage of. You know what I'm saying?
And the best part about it though, Paradox, is all they gotta ask him to do is just be himself. You don't have to change.
Look at this picture.
You don't have to do nothing else but be you. That's it. We're not asking you to do We're not asking you to do shifting and all this. You got to cover yourself and you got to talk about Israel in a certain way and all this. Shapiro would have had to do too much shape shifting. You know, he would have to be appeasing people. And, you know, no. Let Shapiro be a bulldog the way he is. What he did today, and you get him with that same energy going out to the stunt for you. It's the same thing. You're getting the same difference. They're going to feel it, man. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. PA is a battleground state, man, but it's going to be tough to slow down the momentum, man. It's going to be very, very tough.
So here's your propaganda right here. This is what they're gonna be running for him. Is that right there? They're gonna have to invest a lot of money in this. This is gonna be his tag, by the way. You know that, right?
Which one? Shapiro or
Are you looking
Walz?
at the screen?
Oh no, I haven't. I can't see it. I'm on my phone, so I can't see it. It's too small.
Too small. But no, it's a picture
Yeah.
of it's saying Harris Walz 24, no one is safe. Coming to a city near you again. What's so funny is this though, right? Everybody who I follow on the right who complains don't live in inner cities. Make it make sense, DC. They don't live in these places. That's the funny part to me. They be talking so crazy. I'm like, but you don't even live in Chicago. You're 1,500 miles away from there. You've never been there. You're never going there. If you can't get Chicago out your mouth.
And Chicago is a very beautiful, very economically forward city, by the way. Very beautiful city.
Of course, just
extremely pretty city, man. Clean streets and all that shit. Yeah, the hood is crazy, but I mean, most of Chicago is a very, very, very prosperity type of city. Very beautiful city, man. Extremely nice.
I mean, you're not seeing it yet, though. But
no, I can't see it.
They stole my weirdo stuff too. By the way, I'm taking credit for that. I've been calling these guys online freaks and weirdos for years.
Yeah, that is true.
But anyway, they said Donald Trump is going to do an interview with Elon Musk. I'm like, he's just doubling down. He's just trying to hold on.
Good luck on that, man.
So good luck. You saw him on Aiden Ross, right?
I watched a little bit of it. I'm gonna finish watching the rest of it.
Check it out. Ross. He has XQC there. You'll have people like Andrew Tate and them supporting him, obviously, even though they're not voting.
Won't he go on Joe Rogan's and see what he can say there? Or Pat Bev probably did.
Rogan don't want him, and Pat Bev is too desperate.
Huh.
Yeah, Pat Bev.
I'm surprised on that one.
Pat, think about this. When you look at, he might, you know what though? He's going on Pat Bev now. I'm sorry, my bad. It's all about.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's trying to get. He's gonna try to win. Yeah, he got to get to the win.
Now, no doubt.
Yeah. He got to do it. He don't really have a choice.
If you look, I mean, Pat Bev Davis is a master when it comes to this. I don't like a lot of things. I love a lot of things, but it's a lot of things I hate. But he is a master from what he's doing. To watch him kind of push through. If you look at his streaming numbers, bro, it's insane. Like it's insane. But it's too conspiratorial for me. He kind of gets caught into that because he wants the views or whatever. He started talking about aliens and all type of other weird stuff. And I'm good. I'm so sick of hearing about that weirdo stuff. But those guys, they love that stuff. I don't care about JFK assassinations. I don't care about MK Ultra. I don't care about none of that stuff. They talk about that stuff all the time.
They all fall under. You got to think about all these guys, these kind of conservative, conspiratory kind of guys. All of these guys fall under Alex Jones, man. Alex Jones is the kind of person that's the progenitor. He's the progenitor of that kind of
he's the root of it all.
Yeah, he's the root of it all. Yeah, so I mean, it makes sense, man. Like some guys are not so bad. I could listen to them. They're not too far out there, you know. Like but some of the stuff, you know, like lizard people and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, and outside of, I mean, porn drives the internet. Obviously, no porn, no internet. But second to that is conspiracy.
Yeah.
And so when you're running these large platforms, you have to tap into it because the numbers are there. The money's there. It's hard. It's like you said. It's like it's almost impossible not to at least tap into it a little bit. And so that's where he loses me at because I know he's not a serious guy. He's an insurance salesman, so he's not a serious person anyway, right? He's not well informed. He's just very successful at selling insurance. But in my
He,
opinion, I've been
he
following him
know,
for years
yeah,
before he told me.
he know how people brains, work to activate
Boom.
them. I give
You
him that.
got oh, he's
He
a
knows
master.
how to do that.
Master.
Yeah, he knows how to do
And
that.
I wasn't
He
sure if
knows
they
how
was
to
gonna.
do
I
that.
wasn't sure they was gonna let him in
Yeah,
because he's not white, but
yeah,
he's a Syrian. But he keeps fighting. He
he's
stays there.
fighting.
He won't leave because remember something. You know his channel was about business, and then he started doing a few other videos, and he realized like just like kind of like a Trump thing. He's like, oh, you know what? They prefer even though they want to kind of talk about finance, they prefer this. And so he went
Mm-hmm.
all in on what he does. No, 'cause that's not this is not what he does.
Just dive in,
He's
baby.
obsessed with finance. He's obsessed with finance.
Yeah, just
And
dive
so,
on in, man.
but he found a lane of talking about other things. People wanted to hear from him, and then
Right.
it pops and goes and it rocks and rolls from there. But anyway, I think now he's been wanting Trump to come on for 8 years, bro. So or 7, however long it's been now, 5, 6 years now, whatever. But I think that Trump is not going to have a choice. To see him on Aiden Ross tells me that he's going to have to, you know what I'm saying? He's going to have to probably go to PVD hat in hand, humble,
Right. Right.
humble.
Even to normalize himself a little bit, he's gonna have to do it,
He's
man.
going to have to do it
Because
because
he
you know
doesn't
what?
believe on going on
Guess
regular
what?
news,
He has no
nationwide news or whatever.
he has no shame. He will do it. He has no shame, bro.
Yeah, he'll do it.
He'll do it. People think
As long as long as long
he's
as long as he
arrogant.
can
He's not
dictate
arrogant.
as long as he
He's
can
going
dictate the
in.
terms, as long as he can dictate the terms and everything, he'll do it.
Well,
And I'm pretty sure
he's the president.
PBD don't have no problem
It's
with it
his
either.
show, right? His job is to sell his stuff, so he needs to have control over the situation. But to humble yourself and to go hang out with disgusting Aiden Ross, I know that he will do whatever it takes to win, basically.
Yeah, the win. It's all about this is about 270 at this point. This is a sprint now at this time. You gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta
I
do.
mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah.
And you're
You're
right.
gonna have to he's gonna have to move numbers. And like I said, I don't
I just don't know what the numbers he's gonna move. I just don't know what that is.
that's what I'm saying. I
Where
had
is
to
it?
see it. I had to see it to believe it. I gotta see it to believe it. Like you said, we haven't even dealt with a full rollout yet. So this is the beginning of it. So that's gonna energize some people. And then you're gonna have the Democratic
So
convention,
they
and
have,
then
and what does they have? And
that's
what
going
does
to kind of create another
what
thing.
do we on the right? What do we have to roll out? That's what I'm trying to say. What do we
Man,
roll? Do you know?
he just limited his space, man. He limited the people that can help him. He
Yeah,
really
he
did.
made his. That's what I'm saying. He's gotten so
He
small.
made his
I
support
don't know where
small.
do you
Yeah.
go. Where do
Yeah,
you
he
go?
made his support group very, very small, man.
So you can't get no more numbers. You have no counter argument to stop them from getting more numbers.
I just
Where
why
do
would you
you
talk
go?
crazy? Why would you talk crazy to the Republican leadership, all the Republican leadership in Georgia, bro? In a state that you need. That is, you get broke in Georgia. I'm telling everybody, it's over. I don't care what you say. You understand? It's done. They get broke in Georgia. It's over with, man. It's just there's no path for him at that point. She has too many different paths to victory where states that she don't even need to pick up once you get Georgia in play. There was still a path for her to win with Georgia. Think about it. There was a path for her to win even with Georgia being going to the Republicans. Now you go and disrespect them. That deactivates the couch, and then it activates people that want to see you lose in that state. By the way. Oh man.
I want Florida though. I want Florida to move. I like when Florida's in play. Florida's a crazy state. I like when they're in play, but we're not there yet.
But you know they don't need Florida though, Paradox. They don't need Florida.
No, not what they need. I mean,
Yeah.
unless we do something totally different, this race is gonna be pretty much. Oh man, the man got shot in the face, bro, and people have forgotten about it.
I know.
I can't in my mind. I'm just having a
I
hard
can't.
time.
I don't know how you don't. I don't know how you don't ride that. I don't know how you ride. I don't know how you don't.
He got off on it
You,
because it
oh, Jesus, man. It's
think
just
about
so
it.
many mistakes. It's just so many different things, so many different ways where you can
I'm not
keep
sure if
the
it's a mistake.
momentum,
You
keep
said it.
it up.
It's the stroke that's coming from Joe Biden. They're not
Yeah,
making
he
mistakes.
broke. He,
When you really think
yeah,
about it,
he
they're really making
broke him.
mistakes. It's just that what he has done
Yeah,
is
he broke him,
causing
man.
it, and you have nowhere to, like you said, you have nowhere to, not yet anyway. There may be
I
something
don't.
somewhere, but I mean, we got
Something that we haven't seen. It's a possibility, something that we haven't seen, but it's got to be. It's going to have to be something. It's going to have to be something that's going to move the needle. It's going to have to. It's going to have to. You don't have the argument for the progressives. You don't have the argument for the younger vote. You don't have the argument for the women. Pretty much, the only thing you have for the women
because
is the
Joe Biden is a
duplicitous nature of
decision
white
maker.
women.
And the problem is, if we go to war, if we have a hurricane, if we have an earthquake, she's covered and can keep running for office because she's not the president. So,
Right.
like, even if a natural disaster or an assassination attempt, a terrorist attack, whatever happens, because you have Joe Biden as cover and he's making decisions, he just got the hostages freed. So he's still making this because they was trying to do the whole thing. Joe Biden is dead to try to run a narrative. You see what I'm saying? To cause disruption within the Democratic Party. Didn't work, right? And so now it's like, well, you need a disaster to happen, basically. Now think about that. If you're waiting for a disaster to happen, you're probably going to go home. You're probably going to go home, right? You need a terrible hurricane that gets mismanaged. You would need,
Yeah.
banking crisis. I mean, it would because if
Like
it's a
something,
crisis,
like
normally you
something
don't lose.
crazy, like something
Right.
crazy happens at the convention. Something has to be where the tables get turned.
Yeah, to steal
And
all that
I
energy.
just for the things that I think that they need to do, Trump doesn't have it in him to swallow his pride enough to do what he needs to do to even get to the place where they can make it competitive for a win. And even then, it's still going to be tough, Paradox. It's still going to be tough. It's still going to be a tough race, regardless of what he does. But just what it is now, he's making this a little bit way, way too easy, man. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I'm not gonna run up on it, but I'll just say that if you really paying attention, if you really listen to what Walsh said today, he basically just cold broke the Republican Party on their own message. He did that, and JD Vance can't counter him
Yeah.
because he's countering the real deal, and he's the one that's going to appear to be fake. He's the one to left. He's the one that didn't stay home. He's the one that, you know what I'm saying? Like it's it's going to look, it's not gonna be good. That's what I'm saying. Like all of this stuff is just gonna end up uh JD, man. JD wasn't ready, man. He wasn't ready for this. Not for the national scrutiny. So that was a mistake made on that part. That
So
was a mistake made.
if Kamala gets Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the race is over.
Yeah.
Don't need North Carolina. Don't need Georgia. Don't need Arizona.
Nope.
Or Nevada.
Nope.
Yeah, I think they're gonna lose.
Yeah.
They're gonna lose. They need something to happen. I mean, he's
They
gonna
gotta
lose.
they gotta break they gotta break they gotta
He just
break one of those
keep
three
saying
states.
that
They gotta
he just
break they gotta break they gotta break Wisconsin. They gotta break Michigan. They gotta break
he's gonna hammer
Minnesota.
JD Vance.
Minnesota's gone from them. They can't get
He's
Minnesota, but
he's gonna
you
hammer
know,
JD Vance on being inauthentic.
that's what I'm saying.
What
Right.
what I mean by that is that he don't have to go to the South or the West or
Nope.
the East Coast.
Nope.
He can just go
Nope.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan,
Yep.
Pennsylvania, and
And
just stay
PA.
there.
And
And just
Pennsylvania. Yeah.
what I said in PA, and just stay there.
That's it.
He don't gotta go
Absolutely.
back and forth. Wisconsin,
He don't
Michigan,
even have to use that many
yeah,
freaking flyer miles.
Michigan, just over and
Let
over again. Just those three states.
let let Kamala handle Georgia, and it's a wrap. Just let her hang around Georgia and Florida, and it's done. It is done. That's what I said. Like, why would you
Georgia,
allow these guys to do
Georgia
this to you guys? Because
Georgia
you
puts her
keep
close,
him.
And
You
Carolina
keep.
put their
I'm saying
at
you
302.
you you keep him
That's
right there with Shapiro. It's clear that him and Shapiro has a good relationship. So you keep them there with him and his homeboy riding shotgun. He
they're
gonna come out.
gonna hammer
Wait,
PA.
he gonna come out railing on people. Just Shapiro get to go hands free on everybody. So he's gonna just go. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna talk crazy to these people. So he's
Yeah.
gonna go crazy. He's gonna go ham. And then you get
Because,
Walz to come out there do his little 1-2. Man,
and because Trump has opened up the crazy talk, you have
exactly.
room to talk crazy, and no one's gonna say
You
anything.
got to accept it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now what you have created, you created your own opposition. That's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say to these guys. You create your own opposition by what you thought was a strength. They have leaned into it. So now they have broken you on your strength. That's the part. You talk crazy, we're gonna talk crazier. We're gonna call you weird. Because
Right.
you do name calling too. Weird ain't what you guys y'all basically being racist over there.
They didn't see
Y'all can't
weird
even
coming.
call y'all can't you yeah, so we're gonna break you. Right, we're gonna break you on your own thing, on the things that you live by. We're gonna break you on it. We're gonna break you. And Josh Shapiro and them, they couldn't wait. The smile on his face, the enjoyment just the fact that he enjoys that they're on the attack. Literally, dog. Like you can see it. Like I love doing this. I love attacking these people. Thank you for giving me the permission to do that. I'm going ham, bro. Don't take our word for it. And then you can still put in policy. So they're still putting in policy in attack mode and still coming off
It's a
as the
lot, bro.
people that's basically
That's a lot. Like you said, you haven't had a dynamic where the sitting president stepped down. So, and like you said, but still is president. So he's still signing bills and closing deals.
yeah.
While
Yeah.
your
He
VP is running, and she's strong enough you can see the separation as
yep.
well, right? So it doesn't look like you couldn't, they
Yep.
look at the narratives, right? So the narrative you can't run is that, well, she has to keep going back to him, or he has to keep like he's totally out on her own. It was a clean break, and you can't really attach them. Like people are looking for her power.
Right.
What is she gonna
Right.
do? Instead of saying, well, she just copying Joe. Like I'm looking, because I'm tracking narratives on the right, and I'm like, there's nothing there, because the break was
Yeah.
so clean, and she punched out. She came out the womb so hard and so fast that no
Yeah.
umbilical cord, right? Complete separation. Like she out free, walking and talking and everything, and it didn't require. We didn't have to see her go through the birth process. Basically, it's all been kind of tucked away. And so now she's grown right away, right? And I think that's throwing everybody out, because they expected her to have a little bit of like, you know what I'm saying, right? When you just coming out, even though this is her second run, you would expect her to have a little bit of something that she needs to add. You say, she needs to do a little bit of this or adjust it here. There is no critique that I can see.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Drop back out. What's up?
No, I made it back. We just finished recording, so Mike's actually trying to render the video.
Yo. I'm here.
Yo, what's up, DC?
What's up?
Yeah. Nah, I was gonna say, Paradox. I actually was telling them on the stream, like y'all have the map up. After this, I think you legitimately have a chance of Kamala holding Joe Biden's map and actually adding North Carolina as well. Like with this pick, with the way things are going, I'll be interested to see what the fundraising numbers were, because I know they said from 11 to 12 after they announced, or no, 10 to 11 after they announced the pick, they raised $2.5 million on Act Blue, and that was their highest hour in the month so far. So I'm interested to see what the fundraising numbers look like, where things look like coming out of the convention, but I think keeps the momentum going.
Yeah. Oh, yep. That'll definitely be interesting.
Yeah, if the map I looked at comes through, it's like 319 to 219.
Oh, I had it 30. I think I was at 302. Oh, but you're looking at Biden's map.
Yeah. I'm saying like if you take Biden, I'm saying that at this point, I think Kamala can hold the map that Biden had in 20. I think she can hold it, and I think she can maybe make inroads and pick off North Carolina and add to it. I'm not as some people are talking about Florida's in play. I'm not as optimistic there.
No. I'm doing that for fun. That's just for fun for me. I like to see states go purple and they have to fight over it, and it came from nowhere, and they have to spend a bunch of money, and all of a sudden that state's important. So I like to see a little bit of a little mix up. But I don't know if Florida's going to go. I was just we'll see, because the energy, like you said, we haven't seen any energy close to this since '08. So I think everything's in play. Because remember, a lot of people who, and I was telling him, I said, I was just thinking about it kind of real time. I was thinking that I think with this pick, you're going to grow the Democratic Party. And I don't think I don't think anybody's maybe have calculated that yet. Instead of you having to chase the middle and try to bring some of the right over, with this pick, you might actually be able to grow the party. Now that's a problem for Republicans if that happens.
Yeah, I was reading an article that just came out on CNN. They were basically saying through the vetting process, basically they said Walz, like when he came in, he basically, when they were interviewing in-person interviews with him and Shapiro, they said Shapiro, even though he did well, he came across as overly ambitious. Like he was asking a bunch of questions about the role, like what the role would entail as the VP. They said Walz kind of came in, was more like, hey, I'm a team player. I'll be whatever it needs to be. And then they said that, everybody liked him after the whole Harris team. Because Cedric Richmond, he was involved in the vetting process. They just said that, hey,
he might be too likable.
You mean like where it could be okay. I mean, that was the other thing. They asked him if he aspired to run for president. He said no.
That's a great answer, isn't it? Don't even hesitate. No.
Yeah. I mean, versus granted, they thought Joe Biden wasn't running for president either. So,
right.
So who knows what people, what turns in people's head when they see.
Well, no, the thing is that you don't know until you know. So when you get into the White House, you're gonna feel differently. We all would. So
I mean,
he can say that now because he's out in Wisconsin, Minnesota, chilling. But once you get to DC, well, he's been in DC, of course. But once you get into the White House and you really you're really in the mix, you're gonna want to be president.
Yeah,
I want to be president.
I mean,
you're gonna want to be president.
I mean, if depending on what Harris does, he will have a legitimate shot if it continues and what we've seen today and just his, he's going to be one of those people that, because right now you don't have anybody who's running to the left of him. I mean, I was talking to Mike on the other stream.
You can't run more left. You're not going to be able to get that. I don't think you can get any more left than him as far as if you're trying to run 50 states.
Yeah, but the thing is, he is, and Mike said it best. He's basically Bernie Sanders.
That's what I was telling people. I said he's a Bernie. I see Bernie Sanders.
He's an electable Bernie Sanders, like a nationally electable.
Well,
Bernie
he's not
Sanders.
an East Coast. He's not on the coast. That's all.
Yeah,
not on the coast. So he's gonna be relatable, regardless of party affiliation. He's gonna be relatable. It's gonna be hard to hate a person like him.
Bernie does not have
very difficult.
Well, I was gonna say, the whole thing is Bernie is not he cannot connect in that regard. Like Walz, when you start, okay, I can talk football with this guy, I can go hunting with this guy, I can go fishing with him, it's all those things.
Right. Now, like
if
I
you
told
take
you, the Democratic elite on the coast don't like people like him though. So I'm gonna see how they deal with him.
Oh no, they'll swallow it.
But
they'll swallow it.
Pelosi, he was Pelosi's favorite.
I know.
Yeah, they'll swallow it.
Pelosi see what he is now. He sees that though. You know what I'm saying? She probably can see what he is. I think.
Oh, she's.
But I think the people in general though, and how their energies are on the coast for all these years, I'd be curious just to see how. So this Midwestern guy, Flower City guy, and I'd be curious to see how Hollywood embraces him, how New York embraces him, how DC now, this version of DC, how they embrace him. I just love to see how they're gonna have to bend themselves.
But here's the other thing. I think
don't
he can
use
play
Biden as an example though. Don't use him as
no. I think
Biden's
he's a
been
Swiss
in
Army
elitist
knife.
for a long time, bro.
No, I think he's a Swiss Army knife. Like I didn't even realize this. Mike was saying he's fluent in Mandarin. So so it's like you can go and do the whole Midwestern thing if you need to, but then you can put this guy in a suit and then blend in a metropolitan, cosmopolitan type of area. It's very rare that you get people who can move in those spaces. Like Gavin is not going to be comfortable. Gavin is not going to be comfortable in the Midwest like that. Even Shapiro,
Gavin's crazy.
He'll look crazy.
He's going to run for office, but he's going to look crazy. But people get over it, of course. But he's going to look crazy. When you see him in Ohio at the Pig Fest, he got his sleeves rolled over his face on, and his bleached up hair.
You think Josh Shapiro looks awkward? Shit. You get somebody that ain't from the area.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like even Shapiro, I don't think he's that versatile. Like people are like, oh, he's doing so well in Pittsburgh. I'm like, can you really go sell like Josh Shapiro? Like I get he can do the Obama thing, but can you really go sell it in these rural areas like that? I don't know. I mean, he's done enough in Pennsylvania.
You're not. No, you're not, because the key. I think one other calculation I just thought about just now is that I think we talked about it last time is that the white male vote that you're losing because Kamala takes over and you lose Joe Biden. That white male vote and really white women vote as well. After I had watched a few interviews with different people, and I was like, that's interesting that you will drop off some of that. This shores that right back up.
Yeah. No, he said he grew
all
up
those
in
little Biden voters who was voting for him because he was just Joe Biden, whatever that means. Brandon Joe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Even Trump voters. He could pull from Trump voters.
That's what Joe Biden did. What I'm saying. That's all Joe Biden did. So when elected, that's all you're doing is moving. Is just shifting. You're just shifting those voters over just slightly.
Yeah.
And he has those voters. He's closer to them in our current situation. I think he's closer to them than even Joe was. So you might even see a bigger number shift.
Yeah,
and
I'm
that's
curious.
Gonna be, now you're getting hit twice. So you had Kamala there with the racial side, and the woman side, and now you don't have just a prototype white male, tall, good looking, knows how to talk, everything is spoken correctly, etc. Right? You're getting a guy like you were just saying before. I'm just trying to catch up to what you're saying too, right? The Swiss Army knife can kind of fit into any place, knows how to speak in different spaces, and then he has the look as well to fit. What's my guy name from back in the day? DC. What's the old dude? With the wife in the apartment way back. What is his name?
Wait, old dude with the wife in the apartment, like political or something?
No. It's a TV show. You
talking about George Jefferson?
Nah.
Archie Bunker.
Yeah. So,
honeymooners.
So honeymooners, and then Archie Bunker as well. Yeah. So all that's at play. So now I'm wondering, do you think the 65 plus is going to budge just a touch because of this?
Oh yeah, it's got to.
Or are they going to at least they're going to question themselves just slightly?
They got to. They have to. There's no way.
At least think about it, right? At least.
You got to. You got to think. I mean, he's 60, so I mean, he's not that old. I mean, Kamala's not that. Kamala just looks younger. And he just looks older, but they're the same age.
Yeah, she'll be 60 in a couple months.
Yeah. So no, I definitely think he's Biden, but he's more than Biden because Biden wasn't that liberal until he got into office this time around.
Right.
That's the weird part is like if you're Biden,
and Biden's been elite for 30 years at least.
Yeah.
He's not Scranton Joe. That's all fake.
No, I was gonna say this guy's been into the military for 24 years, and he went in. It wasn't like he was an officer either.
And remember, he's not a senator; he's a governor.
Yeah, it wasn't. He was an officer.
His hands dirty a lot more as a governor,
But no, he went in as an enlisted, so like he was an NCO, so he was not in the officer rank. So that's the other element of like, hey, you're really relatable in the sense of you're on the ground, tactical. You know, like where things work and rubber meets the road. You're not just, you know, kind of sitting around, you know, strategizing, doing orders all day. And then people saying, not to say, hey, you know, your leadership in the military is something to be discounted, but it's just a different element, like of what you're doing day to day and how you relate to people. Because if you're an officer in the military, you're kind of used to having people at your beck and call.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hey, go do this for me, go do that for me, versus
definitely
like
definitely a different energy. It
yeah.
takes a different energy, basically.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
And what he projects, I would fire JD Vance. That's just me. I'm gonna keep saying it all the way to the last to November the 4th.
But wait, no, they can't do anything after I think it's the 9th.
I know. No, I know. I'm just
3 days.
I'm just gonna keep saying it anyway, though.
But who do you think he would like? Who would even give Trump at this point anything viable?
Say that again.
Who like? Okay, if you do fire Vance, who do you put on the ticket?
I don't know.
It's like
I just know that he ain't it.
Like at this point, like because people are saying, "Oh, Nikki Haley." I'm like, if you're Nikki Haley, I
don't think she want to see that. I don't think she want it. Not with that ticket.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know if I'm her, I don't know if I would want it. I mean, she would take it, of course. Obviously.
No, I don't know if she would. She may not be public about it, but she may quietly be like, "Hey,
I'll wait." I'll wait,
because like you already know you're stepping into you know, if they're changing out a president, a VP pick, you already know the one ahead of you, at least in Trump's mind, has done so poorly that it has affected performance, and they're in a place where they think they could lose.
And I think
if you know Trump is already
take them off the ballot, I think technically, I was looking at some legal stuff. They're saying that I don't know if they can or can't at this point.
Yeah, it gets hairy, especially like I said, you get to that Ohio. That I don't think they're gonna do it because I think Trump would have done it.
He would have already done it a week ago, probably.
Yeah, I think he would have already done it. And frankly, like I said, I don't think Trump is gonna listen to people. I think Trump is gonna implode down the stretch. Like if they are up 3 or 4 points,
voting is already happening, bro.
No.
I think you let your goofy son, Tucker Carlson, and Elon Musk pick your VP pick, and not listen to experts who do this for a living.
Yeah,
right.
But that's the thing. I don't think
so. Right at that moment, it was like, "Are we good because of what happened?" And when Kamala shows up, I think the implosion started right then. Honestly,
no, I think it's going to implode more because I think Trump is going to stop listening to anyone around him. I think at some point he's going to be like, "Oh, I won in 2016."
You know what he has to do? He just has to hold on to what he got now. He does Elon Musk interview. He would keep digging in. And he would try to hold on to what he can to keep what he got, and pray, in my opinion, that something happens. That's really all he can do because he has nowhere to go. He's
but who do you think? I have a feeling somehow that will backfire.
I can't predict anything. I can't predict the future. I don't know.
No, I'm talking about the Elon Musk interview.
No. That's not going to backfire. That's just going to hold on to who he got and keep him in a mind. I guess keeping him thinking that he's doing something. He went to Aiden Roth, bro.
But I mean, okay, is this thing going to be live? Like, is Elon Musk going to do a live interview with him?
I don't even know why he's doing with Elon Musk. He should have been on his knees begging Joe Rogan. Really,
that's
what he should be trying to go to. I mean, Elon Musk. I don't really know what that really means. Honestly, I'm not sure.
But you know what? I feel
like it will keep him in the media. It would keep him getting clicks. I know what he's doing. He's trying to at least stay relevant. But he may already know that it's over. He just wants to stay relevant and just ride the rest of it out because he needs something to happen. Things happen all the time, bro. Well, I mean, what was it? Hillary Clinton and the email? When did the emails drop? But that was a slow drip though. What?
Yeah, it was a slow drip.
It was that last thing he did though, right? That came from nowhere, didn't it? Was that October that he did it in, or what?
Yeah, that was Comey who did the last thing. Who said, "Oh, she should be under investigation." That's what.
Whatever he did, right? But like anything could happen, so I have no idea what it could be though. So I feel like they're so nimble right now on the left that even if something catastrophic happened, they could just adapt to it. You really don't have these are not stupid people. So I mean,
I think Kamala is too seasoned. Like I think
that's my whole point. That's my whole point.
Right. I think the past two or 3 weeks have shown like this whole vetting process. They kept this thing airtight. like you did not know who the pick was genuinely until they said, hey, they said, oh, she's made a selection, and then an hour later you heard who the
Well,
pick.
you had some of your big talking heads. They was really pushing the kid in Arizona. People really liked him a lot. It was pushing Shapiro and it was pushing Bashir. Really.
Oh yeah, no, you had what's the name? Morning Joe. Morning Joe was pushing for Shapiro. Once he found out it was down to Shapiro, and Walz, he was all in on Shapiro. Chris Christie, they were all in.
Do you know? But do you understand what I'm trying to say about why they don't want? In my mind, we'll see how it's going to play out. But why they don't really want Walz?
Oh, I think
because I think he shows them. I feel like it just shows them the country more. You can hide in these rich cities and stuff, and just live in your own little bubble, and you just kind of ignore the rest of America. The man got photos of him hanging out with a pig in his with a baby pig. Like America, America funny, man. It's a very funny place, but.
Well, I think the other thing is too, like, I don't think they want the progressive agenda. Like, I think your Morning Joes, your Chris Christie, they want people as close to the moderate as, okay, if I got to vote for a Democrat, let me at least feel like I'm voting for like a moderate Democrat, someone who would actually maybe even could be a Republican, be considered a quote unquote liberal Republican back in the day. Yeah. So like with Kamala, you kind of signaled that, hey, you're really actually going to continue to try to run on the Joe Biden legacy of.
It's a lefty ticket, but that shows you how bad. That does show you how bad Trump is. Like y'all were saying earlier. I mean, the Republican Party has a reckoning they're going to go. If he loses, well, we'll see what happens. Like I said, I can't predict anything, but it will be some type of reckoning. Someone's going to have the balls to say, "Look, it's over." Who that is, I don't know. Who's going to just say, "Look, we're done with this. We have to just move." I don't know who's going to step up and be a man or a woman.
I think it's going to be the donors. I think they're going to be like. I think the donors wanted to shut it down.
Where were they at 4 years? I mean, they should have did that for. I mean, anyway.
But here's the thing. I was reading they wanted to do that with Trump this time because they were tired of his.
I know that.
But here's the thing. They were running against Biden and he was winning. So it was like, well, if he's winning and he's running against Biden, we really can't just tell him, hey, and because no one thought Biden's really going to step out and drop out of the race like that.
Right.
And I think it frankly burned some bridges because Nancy Pelosi was saying, she has not talked to Joe Biden since he dropped out of the race.
That's funny.
Yeah. So I'm kind of like, damn, if you were kind of orchestrating the campaign and had to push him out, like, if you have not talked to him, I'm assuming it may be some bad blood.
It had to be a hard conversation now. Right?
Yeah.
Someone had to tell him and put pressure on him.
But
you're talking about legacy, and you're talking about we're number one. We're the empire. This is everything.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point you have to think like, hey, like, okay, if you're Biden, I could see how you could hold a grudge initially, but then when you see how much is back,
mad though. You wouldn't be mad if you ran this nation. It's so much shows you that you've been trying to get this job for how many years now?
No, here's the thing. I always go back to Biden. You said you were only going to run one time, and then you turned it into, well, we're the only ones who can beat Trump. Well, you were losing to Trump. You even were on record saying that anybody could beat Trump. Right. And then, like, at this point, I feel like it's kind of petty on your part to be like, okay, like, I really was pulling down the ticket because, at this point, she is at a place that I've never been throughout the entire race. She is, by some polls, leading by 3 points when Joe Biden was not leading.
Yeah, I know.
So, and then you look at.
I don't think the everyday person really grasps how big of a deal that is.
Oh yeah, no, it's
how
massive.
Major of a deal that is.
I mean, think about the blowback. Think about the power dynamics. You're a House member and you're telling people that, hey, you need to, you need the sitting president. You're telling him he needs to leave the race. It's like who are you? Like you're a two-term House member.
Understand how big of a like? I don't know how they can. I don't know how you express it. You have to just begin, I guess, in politics, but it is a massive deal to do that. You don't do that really. I mean,
they're saying Pelosi they're thinking Pelosi kind of orchestrated some of the, the casual drip of, hey, don't overwhelm him because he's going to dig in, but just kind of make it where it's like, hey, because, that whole thing where she went on TV and was like, well, do you think Joe Biden should drop out? She was like, well, he needs to make the decision. And he had been saying every day, like, I'm still running, like, so.
And I do wonder, did he put himself out there on stage to prove a point, and he exposed himself? I don't know though, because he did. I think he did mention, like, I don't know if he had said, I made the mistake. I should have not went out there. I don't know if you saw that interview that he had.
Oh yeah, no, I saw him try.
I forget who it was. I'm not sure.
I think it was Stephanopoulos. He did that.
Stephanopoulos, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I know he got handlers, he got his wife or whatever, but I was just how he said, I thought it was interesting that he knew he made a huge mistake, and I wonder, was he trying to prove something?
I mean, at this point, you have to swallow your pride, because it's like, I mean, at this point, you've had people like Carville, people like Axelrod being like, "Hey, Democrats need to calm down. Like y'all are too excited." Which I'm like, do you hear yourself? You're telling them, like, Democrats are usually depressed, and now you're telling them, "Hey, y'all need to calm down. Like y'all are too excited." People like Robert Reif have been writing like, "Oh, I've just been walking around smiling, like just walking through the street smiling," and other people are smiling back.
They're thinking that people aren't going to be happy, and I don't think they really. They clearly are not tapped in, right? So.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like, if you're Biden at this point, like, you see the money, the energy. I mean, at some point you have to have that self-reflection to just be like, damn, it was, I mission accomplished. I was horrible at running for president, 3 times before it. I count my lucky streak, and I was able to cap off, really one of the greatest careers in Washington all time when you really look at it. I hate Joe Biden. I mean, yeah, you may hate him, but I mean, look at a senator since you were age 30, a vice president for 8 years, and then a president for 4. So I mean, essentially, you spent 12 years, like, as the number between being the number 2 and the president. I mean, nobody does that. So I'm just kind of like, you were really trying to push for 16 years roughly in the White House, or supporting it,
and being mature enough to what you were just saying between him and Nancy and even Obama, and him still to be mature enough, and I guess respectful enough, even I guess at this point, for Kamala, just to be able to do what he's doing is just, I hate to give him credit for that too, but man.
Now you have to, because very few people would.
What he's doing and providing, because he could make this bad. He could have made this hard for her. You know what I'm saying? By them forcing him to step down, supposedly.
Oh yeah.
And him just sucking it up and doing it. He could have made this much more difficult. But to provide the cover is what I'm more impressed by. Because I don't know how you counter this move, right?
Well, I think him, and someone was talking about this earlier, I think Kamala and Joe Biden actually get along. Like, people said Obama and Biden, some of that was forced. Like, and you kind of see the relationship may not be as good. Like, I genuinely think they have a good relationship governing together.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're seeing it play out, so we can't, that they're really good actors. We can't make it up, right? We're watching it play. And he could take subtle jabs. He could do things to make it, uncomfortable. But it's kind of like, hit me while she's gonna ride, where she's gonna ride this wave. So you can it's hard to deal with that.
Yeah, I think he was used to taking the punches as well, being in Washington for so long versus
true too.
Kamala. So he was around, long before she even got into office. So
no, he knows the game. He's a part of making it, so, and building and nurturing. So
yeah, piece of the panel, man, and piece of the chat says, don't forget that Biden added $11 trillion to the deficit while in office. I would love to see the documentation on this, because anytime you have people who say these things in the chat room, they never seem to provide any evidence to this.
Well, I hate to say it, we can move on past that, but I just say that unfortunately no one cares about that anymore.
Yeah,
I wish it was a talking point, but apparently everyone has given up.
Now, paradox is this.
I don't know if it would have hit 25 or 30, whatever number it was. He just glazed over everybody, left and right. It's there. We just pretend that it's not there.
Now, Paradox, is this your custom map or is this a map that you just pulled in from a site?
It's from a site. It's from a 270.
Well, we were just going over this.
270thewin.com.
Okay.
I've been playing with it.
Oh, okay. Renaissance and I were just recording earlier, and looking at Tim Walz's resume, Governor Walz's resume, he actually was a he doesn't have, like, let's say, the foreign policy experience in that regard, but from a domestic standpoint, he actually helped Wisconsin with a natural disaster. From what I understand, he sent some National Guard troops over there. Michigan, from the United Auto Workers standpoint, he's pretty strong there. I would say Democrats are pretty much okay in those two states. You could have said
the foreign policy part, just to stay on that for just 2 seconds. Because of Trump, the way he's ran, the way we've ran these campaigns, the foreign policy is not even a topic anymore. It's all domestic. So it benefits them, at this point, because you don't have to worry about running on that, really. Not a talking point, not a position. I mean, nothing.
No, the point that I was making
I wish it was.
The point that I'm making is that he reached across the aisle to another state, right? To another governor, right? And so I would say that Wisconsin and Michigan is pretty much blue at this point. I think last week you could have questioned whether or not Wisconsin was red because of Ron Johnson's position there and what he's done. But I think Democrats have that in control right now. And then you take in Pennsylvania, that's pretty much locked in.
It's over at that point.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is locked in. I think Georgia is going to be key, primarily because Trump shot himself in the foot with Kemp, with those comments about Governor Kemp. A lot of your GOP, a lot of your voters in those key areas that he needs to win are starting to push back and say, I don't know about Trump, man. You're attacking my my state governor by insulting him in his own state. I don't think I may want to vote for you. So I think that Dems could easily flip Georgia just based off of that alone, because Trump would lose and Dems would have to just shore it up. And it looks like with the Tim Walz pick, I think that's a lock in.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA is over 270. Don't need Georgia or Carolina. That's the crazy part.
Oh yeah, no, you basically got, she's got two paths essentially.
If she gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA, you're at 270.
Yeah,
with
but then
Georgia in play, Arizona's in. Is it Arizona's in play? I think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Arizona's in play.
And then
Nevada's in play.
And Nevada's in play.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the thing. She can either run through the Rust Belt or the Sun Belt, or both.
Right, that's what I'm saying, or both.
But Biden got 306.
Both. It's over three. It's going to be right there. Yeah.
Biden got 306 in 2020. So I would still give it to him. If 306 is the magic number for 2020, then what's to say that 306 isn't doable again?
Oh yeah, I think she can definitely hold the map. I think she's going to hold it, and I think she could pick up North Carolina and add to it.
Yeah, North Carolina put at 313.
Nevada too.
Arizona and Georgia.
Nevada.
Oh well, yeah, definitely. It's over.
Yeah, well, we want to run the score. We need to run the score up on these folks, because
that's what Trump did to Hillary.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you need to, because you're worried about these people are probably not going to. Trump is already. That's how you know Trump is concerned and he might lose. Is he's already talking about not needing to vote again, and you're hearing about these electors. So I think
it's not going to matter this time. He doesn't have any power.
I think you're going to see.
He's in a weird space because he doesn't have any power.
Well, I think you're going to see some of these people in the GOP that may try to not certify the election in some of these states if it's close.
Yeah.
I
But
don't know. It's
but
possible.
if it's something
You got a
like
lot of
this,
judges, a lot of DAs. You have a lot of governors and senators. We'll see. We'll see if anyone tries to jump out the window and want to go to jail. So we'll see.
What paradox with Kentucky, with Andy Beshear being in Kentucky? What is your thoughts on that?
I don't know how. I mean, I don't know. That was DC's pick. So I'm not sure.
DC's pick in terms of what?
As running, he wanted him to be VP. He thought he was going to be VP.
But he's still in office though, so that means he's still going to campaign for the
Heavy.
administration, right? So I
gonna
wonder
soften-
what does
he's gonna
that do?
soften Kentucky in my mind.
But what does that do to Kentucky? I imagine that how many electoral votes
8.
are there? 8. Yeah, I mean you don't need it, but you got to run that score up. So
Kentucky's going to stay red, but like I was saying early on a few weeks ago, is that the pressure. I think the pressure going to be on all the Midwest, really, because of that VP pick, and like you said, because of Shapiro in PA, and because of Bashir in Kentucky, it's going to be they're going to be red, but the numbers I think the numbers are going to be crazy for the Democrats in those states because it's going to be a lot of pressure, and I don't think JD Vance is going to offset because he looked fraudulent at this point, which is kind of crazy to even say, but man.
He's an empty suit as it is right now.
Right, and Midwesterners don't like it. So I mean, it's not going to help unless he can do something magical. I don't know what he's going to do. But...
No, you can't fix it at this point. Like the whole the whole couch thing that stuck. Like Tim Walz was saying today, like, oh, I'll debate him unless he doesn't get off the couch. Like that is stuck.
Yeah, that was wild, bro.
that is stuck. The whole these people are weird. Like that was Tim Walz who created. Like that is stuck. Like. He just broke through on Democratic messaging.
In fact, he was the one who started the whole weird comment.
Yeah, that was him.
And has all the Democrats using that term now. So he's a bit of an influencer at this point.
Yeah, he has really good social media presence. So that's a problem.
Tim Walz or JD Vance?
Walz. No, Tim
Walz. Yeah.
When you go through social media and you see his little clips. Those kind of things are very simple, very effective. And JD Vance or Trump don't really have a counter to that. Y'all, I don't know any counter at this point. I mean, what are you going? You got to go hire some influence. I mean, what do you do? I'm assuming that the Aiden Ross is his. I guess supposed to be his viral clips right now. I don't know what they're telling me. I'm trying to figure out what are you trying to say to me? I have no idea.
Well, he's still not appealing broadly. I mean, Aiden Ross is going to appeal to what the white gamer community, young white men, basically.
Say what now? My bad.
No. I was going to say he's still not like when you talk about Kamala Harris or Tim Walz on social media, they're appealing broadly to Gen Z versus if you're Aiden Ross and you're Trump. You're really only appealing to a certain segment of young white men who are like hardcore gamers.
Yeah. But it is tied. Yeah. I would say that with you. There are some other layers there, but yeah, for the most part, yeah. Like I mean, I don't know if it's not going to convert to any votes in my opinion, but like I was saying before, it keeps them in the stream. It's all it's going to do is try to keep him relevant as much as possible, keep some life in him. Because him doing a dance with Aiden Ross and it's getting 50 million views, what does that mean? It's Aiden Ross, but at least you'll see his face, and maybe that's what he's thinking. Is that I need to at least keep doing things to at least keep me in the stream.
Is there any relation to Rick Ross?
They hung out together on the stream, but no. I know Jewish white boy.
Yeah, see, the thing here is certain socialites don't always translate into votes. Like, Amber Ross showing at the RNC. That was cool for that 1 minute, but then after that was over.
It's just viral. It just generates clicks, but it doesn't translate to it's not going to move anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't materialize into votes. And that's what I try to get a lot of people in this space to understand, that just because you see a certain celebrity or socialite popping up at certain, campaigns or something like that, it doesn't always translate that those folks are gonna pivot, to the ticket. That's just not.
And that's what makes Taylor Swift dangerous. Because how many votes did she? How many people did she get to register to vote?
A lot.
Was it 500,000? I don't know. It was a crazy number though. Maybe more than that. I don't even know what it was. That's abnormal.
Well, the thing about Taylor Swift and Meg Thee Stallion and Glorilla and some of these artists is that they have large followings. From a data science standpoint, Paradox, if you look at their followings, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, right? The data scientists are looking at who are these people, where are they geolocated, what regions are they in, what states are they in, what cities are they in, what are they streaming? Give me the Spotify data, you know, the geolocation and everything else, all the data analytics for that. Give me who they're who's following them on Twitter. Give me who's following them on YouTube. What is the demographics? Is it male versus female, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? They're breaking all these numbers down. And when Democrats make these sort of plays, that's how they're thinking. How do I translate that demographic of people into tangible votes? And they're looking at this and they can see based off of the analytics, this many people are in this age demographic, this many people go to this are enrolled at this college or are attending this institution. You know, they also use iPhones versus Android versus iPhone. They collect a lot of data on voters. And so they're crunching all this type of stuff and they're saying this makes sense for me to have Meg Thee Stallion on stage. Whether certain black men or certain folks think that twerking on stage is somehow sacrilegious, that actually translated into a whole new campaign, hotties for
No, if you're left, if the left is mad about it, then if you're on the right, you have an argument. But if you're complaining about it on the right, it means nothing. Who cares?
Well, you had Amber Rose up there too, and like you could at least say Meg Thee Stallion was performing, and she's a college graduate at the end of the day.
Doesn't matter. The left is a part of the entertainment industry. No one cares. She's just an entertainer, and she just did a show. Things keep it moving. The right is looking for anything to try to attack. So that makes sense from the right that's going to attack. But the left doesn't care about who's performing. It doesn't matter. It's just doing a job.
No, I'm not saying that the left is complaining. I'm saying that there is a demographic of voters or potential voters that are saying, I don't like Meg Thee Stallion being on stage twerking, you know, in front of the VP and stuff like that, right? And so, and the other argument before that was that, the other argument before that, Paradox, was I can't believe Glorilla is in the White House. What are these people doing, right? And so there's this sort of chauvinistic view of where they think
it's conservative black men doing this.
Problem.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that on Code Breakers, but I wanted to leave it open. But to your point, Renaissance, it is conservative black men, or what's perceived to be conservative, right? Because Paradox is you're conservative, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't want to put them in the same category with you, right? But the point that I'm making here is that there's a chauvinistic view as to where black women belong from a politics perspective. And I think that is what's backfiring.
Good luck with that.
Right? Yeah. Right.
Women are not going back into slavery. It's a stupid position to have in America, or in the West as a whole.
And they're not going back to Jim Crow. And so all this, you know, bickering and whatnot.
The West is a progressive system, so it's not even. It's just stupid. Honestly, I can't. I have no energy for it, bro. I'm not talking about nothing.
No,
and that's why all those so-called conservative women turned when they banned abortion, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't hold it down, did they? I know y'all looked at the numbers.
Mm-hmm. No, wasn't it Kansas where they had the abortion on the ballot and then it flipped?
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the ebbs and flow of politics. It's how it all works. I love it. You know what I'm saying? But you make certain moves, you got to live the consequences at the end of the day. And I think entertainment is entertainment. So worrying about Meg, like you said, it gets clicks and views. It gets a lot of Christian conservatives, the Pope. But I mean, the country is the country, bro. So it doesn't really, in my mind, it doesn't really matter. You're not going to make anybody not gay. You're not going to make women go back into bondage. So what are we talking about? That's why JD Vance is getting smoked, because he's saying things that you can say things quietly in small rooms, in small groups, to your friends, to your neighbors. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But you're not going to you're not changing the society and what it's just not happening. Matter of fact, that's why, even though they're making claims about Meg, you know, our former president, I mean, come on. Should we do it? Should we look at his lifestyle? I mean, it's ridiculous, right? I mean, what are we talking about?
Right.
And then on top of that, he brings on a hip hop artist on his show, right?
Mhm.
And a wrestler, etc. So I mean, it's just, and a UFC guy. So I mean, it doesn't even make any sense.
Tearing off shirts.
He doesn't pander to Christian conservatives with some sort of conservative value about self-control. He's it's overindulgent. I mean, his name is Donald J. Trump. His names are on the. I mean, it's a stupid. It's not even. It doesn't. Like I said, it doesn't make any sense.
Well,
it doesn't make any sense when you think about, like, what about? It doesn't make any sense when you think about opulence and arrogance. And it's like, why are we even trying to play the conservative game with that? When if an entertainer wants to come out and be in the White House, it just doesn't make any sense. He's the entertainer.
But didn't Clint Eastwood campaign with
oh man,
with Trump?
Yeah, he did that weird chair thing.
Yeah,
that we still don't know what. I mean, he's getting old though.
Oh, that was years ago.
Yeah, I'm not saying this time around. I'm saying before he campaigned with Trump is what I was referring to. But you know, there are some content creators in the space that like to put people in chairs too, but we won't go there. Let me see. Looking at the map now. Yeah, I've heard some people say that you know, New York is in play. I don't know what that means, but
yeah, what is that?
It's a lot of delegates though. Maine is interesting. You have that as a either or?
Yeah, I think it's how they're set up though.
Okay.
It's gonna be split somehow where they have their district set up.
Now Kamala was polling positive and better than Trump in New Hampshire.
Oh, she was?
Yeah, I think that was the other day. Before the Tim Walz choice.
So you think New Hampshire's gonna get a little bit bluer?
Wait, Paradox, I was going to ask you too, since you know, the channel is about race as well too. With Shapiro, do you really think the him being Jewish, that would have like really been a sticking point in the campaign?
I don't know. It'd have been messy though. I think it would be messy.
Because right now,
because the thing is that you have to, because you don't, the war is just unpredictable, you know? And even though I think he made, I don't know who said did he say two-state? Was he holding on two-state solution? Or was it
yeah, he did say, he said he's hopeful for a two-state solution, but I don't see how you get that with the Abraham Accords. So what you know, I just want to chime in real quick. What's important for people to understand is that the Abraham Accords eliminates a two-state solution. You can't, you know, and that's because of Donald Trump. But the Abraham Accords moves the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem and recognizes Israel as the single state actor. There is no two-state involved in that, and it makes the other Arab nations recognize Israel as the Jewish state. That's, to me, that doesn't make any sense to say, well, I you know, I'm still hopeful for a two-state solution. That's a contradiction. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think you're going to get a two-state solution out of this. I think that's ideal, but that I don't think you're going to be able to get it. And I know some people are saying like, Egypt should take on all these other Palestinians, and they should give Egypt $1 trillion to take these Palestinians on. First of all, you have to understand that anybody receiving Palestinians by way of a conflict like this would be involved in the genocide itself, and so they don't really want to take on Palestinians where they don't have to. That's why there's a Rafah crossing there. There's a border crossing there to prevent Palestinians from coming into Egypt, into the Sinai in the first place. That's the whole purpose of it. And the Camp David Accords was designed by Carter to facilitate a peace agreement. That means that Israel had to take their military out of the Sinai and take them from the Rafah crossings as we know it, and push their military back into Israel, Israel proper as we know it, as well as take their, make Palestinians um, their own sort of political entity there. That's how you ended up with Hamas. That's where Hamas came from. So a lot of people don't realize that, what Shapiro is saying and a lot of elected officials are saying, they're just trying to tote the, the American party line. But in reality, there's no such thing as a two-state solution with the Abraham Accords. It just is not possible. So it's unfortunate, but that's the way they, that's the problem with the Israeli Political Affairs Committee. So, they keep a tab on this type of stuff, and they keep folks from actually having to come up with real solutions and real tangible ideas. So,
but the solution is happening now. They're being honest. They're being honest right now, though.
You mean the final solution?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think that's going to be possible, man.
This has been a colonization. Well, not the final solution, but I'm just saying this has been the colonization process for 100 years.
I don't think that's going to be the case, Paradox. Let me push back for a second. I think you're going to have a Harris Accords. Okay. I think you're going to have some kind of reformation as to what they're doing, because somebody has to clean all this stuff up. It's just not possible. You can leave it as it is, and no one's going to be accountable for it. I think
there is no Gaza left. What are you cleaning up? They probably killed over 200,000 people that they're not counting. In my mind, it's probably at least over 200,000. Probably.
Yeah, but you still have that rubble there, so it has to be clean. It has to be cleaned up though. At some point, you just can't leave it as it is.
Well, that's true.
So I'm saying in the cleanup process, I think you would have to take all your military out, because the Camp David Accord says that you can't have a military there in the first place. That's a bit of a contradiction. So if you're saying that, if people are saying that Israeli military IDF gets to sit inside Gaza, that's just not going to happen. That completely.
That's their plan.
Yeah, but then you destroy the Camp David Accords. I mean, that was the whole purpose of the Camp David Accords, was for Israel to take their military out of Gaza, get out of Palestine, get out of Sinai, and get out of the Golan Heights, which to an extent they pulled out, but they still have people living there. And so I don't think that they're going to keep their military there. I think that eventually they will leave. Probably by the time this campaign is all said and done, I think that they'll have to leave, but somebody's going to have to be accountable. Netanyahu would have to leave. He'll probably start up another conflict in Lebanon in order to keep himself in office, because as long as there's a war going, he can't be prosecuted because he can't leave office.
Well, based off the reports, though, things are getting hotter right now. Right? They was waiting on Iran to actually strike back. I'm not sure. I didn't see anything. Did y'all see anything on the news? I didn't see anything happen.
It took 2 weeks last time for Iran to respond. So let's give them a few more days to see how they really respond to this. I don't think that they're going to do too much other than what they've already done before.
I'm not ready for a real hot war with Iran. Or Turkey. I don't know if Turkey's over there doing some things too.
But Paradox, I don't think that the U.S. is going to get involved in that. I think that's what Biden was saying yesterday or the day before, that if you're looking to if you get into any more conflicts, we're not, don't count on the United States backing you up on it. So I don't think that the United States is going to get involved in that, other than blocking the Mediterranean.
Yeah. Yeah, keep the sanctions on Iran, but that's not make it a hot war.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that everybody should go back into their corners. Personally, that's what I think. I think that Hamas agreed to the deal, or to what was supposed to be a deal, and then these guys went in there and killed their
Yep.
killed one of their civil
Leader.
leaders. So
Yep.
I don't think that,
I don't think Israel's going to turn off though. We'll see.
I don't know if it's Israel or if we're just seeing Netanyahu make these decisions, because as an overarching agenda, what are they really gaining from this?
I don't know.
There's no real gain, right? When you really map it all out, there's no real gain to this. I mean, you're not going to get rid of Hamas. I mean, Hamas is an ideology. It's not necessarily an individual or a collective. I mean, you would be smashing, you'd
I
be
think
eliminating people.
if I had to guess, and of course, like I said, I have no idea.
Mhm.
Do you think they want to just take all of Israel completely, 100%? They will occupy those spaces and just manage those people.
You mean occupy Palestine?
Like America's occupied, right? And we got the native people on reserve and under control. But
Reservations?
in small amounts, in small batches, though, spread out.
No.
Right. So if you take all of Israel and you figure out another way of instead of saying, you know what, instead of just leaving you guys to your own life, we're gonna have more control in these spaces. So no more Hamas, no more leaders. We're not doing any of that stuff. We're in charge now.
No, that contradicts the whole Camp David Accords. That's not what the Americans agreed to.
I know. I got you.
Yeah, that's not what the Americans agreed to. There has to be a Palestinian authority in the area.
Right.
And so the agreement that they made the other day was that
in both areas.
Huh?
In both areas.
What both areas? West Bank and
right.
in Gaza?
Right.
Well, that's what China was working on the other day, was bringing all the parties to the table and getting them to agree, right? Which they were successful at doing, at agreeing on a unification. The problem here is that the problem here is that you need a two-state solution, because you need a democratic system. It's just not possible to run to run the state as it is right now. The problem with it,
they're claiming it's a democratic system.
Say that again.
And they're claiming that it's a democratic system now.
Well, it's democratic for Jewish people, not necessarily for Arabs, right? And so the problem here is that Arabs outnumber them 7-1.
Yeah.
And so if they go to the ballot, who do you think is going to happen? They're going to vote all these people out. Much like in the United States, Black people will vote all these jokers out of office because they have the numbers in these areas. So the thing that they're doing in the United States, I mean, as you know, that they're trying to sabotage the vote, right?
Texas.
Right, gerrymander and do whatever they can.
California said, we're going to play nice with the non-whites. We're all good here, right, guys?
Right.
But Texas is like, no, chop it up. It's going to be 1% white, and we're going to control the whole state, like South Africa.
Right. So if you're Israel, if you're in the Knesset, you're looking at this and you're saying, oh, I don't,
right.
I don't want to share power with these people because of what we've been doing all this whole time, right? It'd be impossible. Well, think about Jim Crow. There was a lot of pushback against,
you're not going to share the power with the indigenous people. Think about that. You're not even sharing. You absolutely refuse to share power with the indigenous people.
Oh yeah.
You brought in your slave class, and you're sharing some power with them. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. It's like, oh
yeah.
It just shows you, the thinking when you're talking about indigenous people versus, invaders.
Right.
I don't think there's room to negotiate with invaders. They have to take it. All through history.
Right.
Doesn't even make any sense to negotiate when you think about it, in my mind. You have to take it. Take it or integrate.
Right.
We're not going to share power. I don't know if we can find it. We may can find it somewhere here. I'm not sure.
They wouldn't last more than one. Well, I think
can't hold it together. It seems like.
I think South Africa is probably a better representation than the United States of what would be the outcome, right? And so your Black South Africans would eventually usurp, your Boers and your Afrikaners out of political power, and then you run. I mean, it's the same exact scenario because the numbers are the same, right? They outnumber the white people by 7-1 in a lot of areas. And in Palestine and in Israel, it's the same thing, that Palestinians outnumber them 7-1. And so, how do you run a society like that? Well, you have to have a parliamentary system. Well, if you have a parliamentary system, none of those Zionists are going to be in there, right? And so,
Oh,
they'll be voted out pretty quickly. And I don't know if they can build a coalition in the same way that, like in South Africa, like what's happening right now. I don't think you'll be able to build a coalition like that. I think because it's just so it's too early to make that determination. I think you would have to wait, like South Africans did, 30
I don't
years
know, and I
from.
don't know how you recover from this much killing.
Say it again.
I don't know how you recover. People are having these conversations as if they haven't killed almost 200,000 people. So I don't even know you can have any kind of negotiation or conversation, to be honest.
Well, the South Africans had a truth and reconciliation
Yeah.
A commission put together, and that's how they were able to move forward. Um, some people went to jail, some people didn't. Most of the perpetrators didn't go to jail, and I think that was the part of the issue that people think that Nelson Mandela dropped the ball on.
Yeah, he does get criticized.
Yeah, I mean,
but there's also no pressure also outside of mostly just South Africa, really. I mean, you do have some other nations nearby, but the dynamic, I think, is going to be a little bit different in the Middle East because you're dealing with not only, I mean, you're talking about Iran, Lebanon, what am I missing? Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Qatar. I mean, it's a lot going on over there. Egypt. So I don't know if and you're talking about the religion on top of that, which is probably the most important thing. I don't know the dynamics. I think in that particular
Sunni
area is a little bit different. Yeah. So that's the part that you have to add into the calculation, I think, versus South Africa. So there's a lot, and you're talking about billions of dollars floating through there, on top of all of that, and the military, and it's a military position to attack the Near East.
And they don't want Palestinians building their own actual military.
Right.
They want to keep them in a demilitarized state.
Right.
That doesn't really work from a security standpoint, unless you can have guaranteed security like Cyprus or something like that. It's a very complicated issue. And when you have somebody like a Josh Shapiro who may have served in the IDF and kind of poked around in those areas.
He's gonna be driving the far left nuts in this country.
Yeah, because a lot of your Democrats don't want to sacrifice that vote in Michigan, where your largest constituency of Arabs and Muslims are up there, by having a Josh Shapiro on the ticket. And so,
you got the right one to lock that up. I mean, like I said, master stroke. I don't even think, like you said, what you just said, I don't even think it was a grasping concept. They're hitting all the points. Crazy. It's crazy. So that was going to be a problem. And for you to be able to bring that guy in to sort of, manage that situation right now, as hot as this war is, and also countering Trump, using that as an argument. Very smart. Very difficult to challenge that.
Yeah, I don't think they have a response to that. When you look up and down the Republican roster, I don't see how they have a candidate that can respond to a Tim Walz. I mean, I don't. If I'm Trump, I probably want somebody like a Tom Cotton on the ticket.
Okay.
Right? I probably want a Tom Cotton. I probably want I thought that he would pick a female, to run on the ticket with, because he needs to shore up that vote. He needs to expand the party.
That would have been a smart move. But remember, they want to pretend that they don't do identity, they don't do DEI or identity politics. That's all we do on the right. Identity politics. So I don't know why you just don't bite down and do that. It would have been very smart.
If they lose in November, though, Paradox, where do you see them going beyond that? I think that they would.
It's a reset. I don't
It's
know.
a,
I don't know who's going to step up. I mean, it's a lot. It's going to be a lot. If they lose, I think it's going to be a lot of. Like I was telling them before, I don't know who's going to be brave enough to step up and say we have to move on. Somebody's going to do it, though. I hope. We got to turn this. You know how they start having those conversations about turning the page, moving on. We have to get, they without saying it, but they're saying it. We got to get over the past, and somebody or groups of people will have to start having that conversation. What is the party going to do next? So that conversation is going to happen immediately after the election's over if they lose. But I think there's enough Republicans and Republicans that have been kind of sitting on the sideline waiting to kind of get back in the game. I think they're going to pop up very quickly. I mean, everybody from 2016 is still around, I think, right? For the most part. So I think you have a lot of Republicans out there that are not MAGA that had leadership roles in the party on the state and federal level that can kind of
no, I
rise
think
back
they're leaving.
swing back in. Not if they lose, because it's gonna be a power vacuum. So people don't
No, I think they're
don't
leaving. When you think,
power. People tap into power. They don't leave power. You go towards power. So if there is a vacuum on the right, it's going to get filled. People are not just going to let this sit out there. The question is who's going to step into it.
what I'm saying here is your Mitt Romney is out. He already called it. He already declared quits. Your Ben Sass, your Ben Sass, he's out. Adam Kinzinger, he's gone.
I thought Joe Biden was gone, but somehow he showed up at the end and became president, didn't he?
Well, they can't win in their states. They lost their states. They lost their respective seats.
But you remember that he wasn't a conversation, though, right?
Yeah, you're right. But I think for him it was a no-brainer. It was a no-brainer because he didn't have anything to lose. He had everything to gain.
Yeah.
Whereas these other guys, they can't win because they can't win their states. So
you still have Rubio. I don't want to go through the whole list of this, but you still have Rubio's and Chris Christie's and what's my Texas boy, whatever his name is,
Cruz,
the senator from Texas, Cruz, and then you have the fuck I think of right now, off my head, but there's some guys out here that I think that and women that can sort of fill that vacuum. But like I said, it's going to be a process, I think, though. Because you have people who have been kind of running roughshod for like 8 years now. So to watch them sort of have to bend the knee and kind of get quiet, it's going to be a process, I think.
Yeah.
And it's going to require some very strong Republicans to come up and step up. Because at the end of the day, it's about getting control of the things. And so I think that, you take your licks, you be quiet, you get the grown-ups back in the room, and we get back to politics. That's what I'm hoping is going to happen. I just don't know how long it's going to take. And I don't know how much whining and complaining is going to happen in that process, by the way. What do you do with a Marjorie Taylor Greene? Because she got to go, right? In my opinion.
Yeah.
What do you do with that? What do you do with these idiots?
As long as they keep
so
winning in
it's
their
going to be a
districts.
process that's going to keep them quiet, basically. And you're going to have to start primarying some of these MAGA people as well. So it's going to be a process, I think. But the American people have the left is going. If the left does a good job of killing things, that might allow the right to sort of come in those spaces and deal with all of that pain, as those people have to sort of chill out and kind of take a back seat. So Republicans will be there to console these people. I just don't know. I can't tell you what it's going to look like until it starts to happen, though. Now if the left goes crazy and get cocky like parties tend to do, that also helped, by the way, as well. So, remember when Obama passed that bill? When he passed the American Care, did they lose the House and the Senate when he passed that bill, the ACA? He had 2 years of power, right? He lost both, or just one. I can't remember.
I thought they lost the Senate. I could be wrong about that. Renaissance, do you have any Insight on it.
I think Nancy had got out. I think she was out of power, and she got back into power, if I'm not mistaken. So they had elected her back in as a House Speaker. So she was out for a minute. So I want to say it was I can't think of the guy's name.
Paul Ryan.
Yeah. So you take a big swing, you tend to shift balance of power, and so the left is gonna pass probably some major. Well, we'll see how the seats play out. But if they do a major bill like immigration, which nobody wants to do, they just pretending they want to do it. But if they do something really, really major, then that'll also start to help, shift things over as well. So we just hope we don't have to go back to the MAGA stuff. Hopefully, we'll see. Yeah, we will see. But that's all I got. Is DC still? Is he over here asleep?
No, I'm here, man. Y'all ready to shut it on down, man?
Well, you ain't said too much.
No, I mean, I think that you guys pretty much covered it. I think that yeah, I think that today is just another another shot in the bow, basically to kind of like solidify this thing, and then we just wait and see what happens during the convention, and then after that, they'll get to the doing part. They get to running on both sides. So we'll see what happens then. You see what happened then.
And what do you think if Trump them lose and the Republican Party has to reorganize? Then what do you think that looks like?
Well, I mean, you guys have different perspectives about the Republican Party. I think that the Republican Party has to shift to a different dynamic. They have to change. It's a forced change, but they got to be a little bit more progressive. And there's a way towards that, and I think they're willing to do it because they know they can't govern on old politics anymore. They can't do scare tactics or fear mongering or anything that MAGA has done has kind of forced them to change in a way. So it helped grow the party in a weird way. If they can get beyond it during this cycle. If they fail in November and show that that's not an actual way to victory anymore, then they'll be able to move on from it. I think they'll be able to push forward. I think they'll be able to push through and reorganize the party. But
Yeah,
they'll be a little bit more. They'll be pushed. They'll be pushed a little bit more towards the moderate.
Yeah, but not even. I wouldn't even say moderate. It's reorganizing itself to some degree.
Yeah, if you listen to some of these guys, they talk very differently now. Like they don't use. They say they rather just stick on policy. They rather talk about the spending. How because it used to be like who's going to pay for these programs that the left wants. Like that's careless spending. So they did the yin and yang thing, but now it's all about name calling. It's about talking about the other side. You're not really talking about policy, so you're not really bringing up some of the things that you may do in the position of power. You're just trying to bully your way to power, and it's not working. It's not working.
Yeah,
I neutralized it.
Well, I mean, Johnson tried to come out and say that, like, hey, which I kind of thought, like, kind of showed where the party is like the fact that, the Speaker of the House has to come out and say, hey, please don't attack this woman's race or gender. Like, focus on the policy. Like, that's kind of where the party has gone.
Yeah, they saw them numbers.
Well, I mean, I think kind of speaks to, hey, like, Trump is going to panic. The party is going to panic. Like, they still have not figured out how they're going to attack this woman. Like, because if you try, part of it is like the coalition that Trump is relying on is so unorthodox. Like, you have Trump who's trying to rely on, getting a portion of this black male voting bloc. So it's like, okay, well, we should attack her on being a prosecutor, and she was too heavy-handed. But then it's like, well, how do I play that to the base when, they want someone who
years ago.
Well, no, even to the base, like my core base, they're gonna want people who are heavy-handed. They like when Trump says we're gonna give police immunity. So like They want tough prosecutors. So it's like you're
But
trying to.
I think she would. I think she would have felt it if it wouldn't have came out already. He's already went through that process. Because even though the right would want to have us all locked up, of course, but going after the minority vote, it would have worked, I think, on her. But they've already shot those bullets, though. It's over. That's the one thing about running for president the first time is it all comes out. And so when you come back around, you got to have something new.
Well, she tried to run away from it
because she can counter all that now. Now she's leaning into it being a prosecutor. She's more confident in responding to that.
The other thing is she's not in the general election. That's the other thing.
Well,
like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, she's not in the primary. Like, because they were saying part of the reasons they thought that she's performed so poorly in the primary was because she, her team was telling her, well, if you're in a Democratic primary, you can't really run on being a prosecutor. That's gonna be seen as, as a liability to some people, or they're going to view it as, okay, you were very heavy-handed. Now that you're in a general election and you're trying to get moderate votes, things like, she put people in jail and so and so, they're going to be like, yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. So
they criminalized Trump on top of it. So I mean, it's just a perfect marriage.
Yeah, exactly. So
instead of you worrying about locking up black men and having that narrative run, you can counter it by focusing on, of course, Donald Trump being a criminal.
Yeah. I'm gonna lock up Trump.
Masterful.
Yeah. I'm gonna put Trump away, and then like even the other things that she wants to run on, like I said, it just, if you're running on Trumpism, like it's what are you even running on as a platform? It's like, okay, you've got Project 2025, like. Your base,
he's running from that.
He's running from that.
And because they criminalized all of MAGA, basically, it puts her in a very strange position because remember, all of the electoral stuff, suing everybody, it's all interconnected. It's all together. It's all tied together. Not just him, but everybody who's a part of his movement. So they all look like criminals to me.
Yeah,
so she's coming in sort of being the savior, and she's basically coming in being the law. I just think at this moment in time, it's gonna connect. So now those same liberals who would have said, forget don't lock nobody up, let's get rid of prison, that's all that other stuff. They're not saying it. They saying lock him up. That's kind of funny.
No, but then
funny, man. The timing of everything is kind of funny.
Well, I was gonna say, or then like you're trying to run on okay, one of the things Trump always talks about is like criminal justice reform. Like that's what he's done for black men. But it's like, once again, does your face really want criminal justice reform? Like, so it's this weird thing because like, even when you talk to black men who say they're voting for Trump, you ask them why. And it's, well, you kind of don't really get much of a policy argument from them. And then you're like, okay, well, if you were king for the world for a day, what would you do? And you get a lot of questions of like, you hear a lot of liberal things. Oh, I want more programs for black men. Or I want, I want more things for home ownership. Or I want more things. So it's like, wait, like, you're trying to go and vote in this party that is like
you want less regulations. You don't
exactly.
You want to cut programs. You want to cut everything. You want to lower taxes everywhere. You want to,
Anyway. Yeah, that's the people you're basically voting with, even though like the constituents, you could argue, don't really understand that that's hurting them. But it's like when you talk to black men, it's like, oh, well, you kind of realize, okay, a lot of these guys are either resentful of something, of where they are in life, and don't want to, really come out and say, hey, that's really the issue, or it's just, they don't understand how the process works. So if you're Trump,
put it this way, let me ask you a question. If all black people had their own country, right, and you had political parties, what would that look like?
Oh, I
would everybody be Democrat?
They may not be.
It was a two-party system, like similar to the one we in now.
I think the parties would be much more to the left. It's funny. One of the forums I follow on Reddit.
So you think that it would be?
Yeah. I don't think it would,
country.
Oh, it would not be progressive socially. Like, well, I take that back. I think it would be progressive in the sense socially, in the sense of like, as much as I don't know if you've heard this. I was listening to a video today. One person was saying that he keeps talking to these black men who are voting for Trump, and they're like, oh, the Democratic Party is anti-family. Right. And he's like, none of this makes any sense from the standpoint of like, if who the president is not stopping you from having a family. And he's like, the ironic thing is the men he hears this from are like the ones that have, multiple kids with, multiple baby mamas, things like that. So he's kind of like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, I don't know if they really, really want families. So I don't know how much
they're just regurgitating the rhetoric, basically.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how when I say socially conservative, basically I mean when you talk to a lot of black men in these spaces.
No, what I mean is that if you have your own country, you need to run the country, right?
Yeah.
Things to get done.
Yeah.
So you're gonna need a party that can get things done, and it's probably gonna hurt people's feelings. And then you need another part of that country to be able to deal with those people's feelings, those stuff, maybe even the fallout people.
Well, I disagree.
People where you can't make the hard decisions. That's what I'm talking about. Because in America, it's very easy when you don't have any power to run to different places and proclaim all these things and say, well, oh, you can't be on the right because of this. Well, I don't even know what that means to me. It just means nothing to me. But people try to run that. But if you said, well, what if you had your own country? You think everybody would be left to run a whole country where you have to make hard decisions? Well, I think you got to get paid. You got to have budget. Well, I think now it's all of a sudden it's like, well, what about the? Well, we can't do that. We have to do this.
No, I disagree because I think what you're trying to frame it as is that Democrats are the ones who make all the all the tough decisions. I mean, sorry, Republicans make all the tough decisions, and Democrats are just basically wanting to be.
I did not say that.
That's what I'm getting from it.
I did not say that.
So
I'm just saying when you're running a nation, and it's just your people, and you have multiple parties. I would just be curious about what it would look like if we took these exact black people and put them in.
No, I'm saying I think you'd have two parties because all black people don't get along.
You have to make decisions for different things, which will cause you to have different parties, right?
But
it won't be just well, why would you be a Republican? Why would you be a conservative? Why would you be a libertarian? You're supposed to be a Democrat or whatever because of this, because of your race, because you're a minority, because whatever the reasons are, right? And I always just wonder if all of us was in the same place together, how would that play?
Well,
you need people to be, you don't necessarily, maybe I wouldn't say you need it, but it seems to happen organically where people are going to have different positions on things and going to want different things and need different things to happen. And you kind of have to find a balance of drilling for oil and solar panels, right? Having gay marriage and having heterosexual marriage. And what does that look like in the society? Et cetera.
Oh no! I'm saying this. I'm saying I think the parties there would be multiple parties, but I think
you have freedom, by the way.
But I think they would be further to the left on the political spectrum. Like you may have
the whole nation will be more leftist.
Well, yeah, it would be more leftist in the sense of now. I don't know. I think when you look at when you talk to a lot of people.
Do you think black people care about the environment as a whole?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You have to. If you don't care about the environment, it's kind of like, well, what are you doing? Like that's the thing is it's not talked about as much in the space, but like even in developing nations, you have developing black nations that are worried about climate change because they're like, well, hey, we already know, this is gonna hit us worse.
They don't cause climate change.
Or even if you look here, like when you look here, like when you look at natural disasters, who 9 out of 10 times gets it the worst if there's a natural disaster? Hurricane Harvey, Hurricane Katrina, historically, like the Great Flood of 1929, like.
So you think that an all black nation would be a socialist country?
Yeah, I don't think it would be
heavy welfare based. A lot of protection.
Oh yeah. I mean, can you name me a black country that does not try to, lean that way? I don't know. You could be wrong. I know.
I gotta think about that for a while, but I think Black Americans are a unique species.
That's true.
I wouldn't really compare to nobody else. So I'll be curious because we're very, very rich. We're very, very rich people, and so I'd be curious to see how would we respond.
I mean, because here's the thing. Like, if you look, because honestly, if you really look at it, like,
if you want to start a business or run a business instead of a business, you have to, you got to do some things that may not be so.
Not necessarily.
Oh, nice.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
You can have you can have co-ops, things like that. You know, they had the whole thing where
So you wouldn't try to mirror an American style.
no. You if you want to,
so it won't be like competition based.
I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't. It would be more. I think we're more collective as a group of people. Like even if we have like even if there is in factions and fighting, I think our biggest problem in an own nation would be tribalism. Like in the same way like America is very extreme. And
what if I told you that I don't want to get conquered? Would that change your behavior pattern?
If you don't want to what?
I don't want to be conquered.
What does that mean? Like
I don't want to be conquered.
Like, are you talking about from an
so we have our own? If we have our own nation, and my fear is that I don't want to be conquered. How that's going to affect our behavior pattern?
You don't need to be conquered by outsiders.
Yeah, I don't want to be conquered. Yeah.
How?
Remember, you have different type of countries, right? You have countries that fear that, and so they behave accordingly. You have other countries that's laissez-faire and don't really care, and if somebody shows up, it's their country now, and you just deal with it.
I don't know about that. They show up and they deal. It's more of, hey, like, I'll put it like this.
Do you look at military history?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
you know that a lot of powerful people showed up and they had to just roll. They had to roll over, right?
Well, I mean, those people had guns.
Stay okay, accept it.
I mean, those people had guns.
I could probably give you 1,000 examples of that.
No,
they had to roll over.
Yeah, they had inferior technology. Like if you're saying that, no, if you're saying
I don't care why, you just had to do it. I don't care about the details. Right? You just had to roll over.
No, now to your point, if you're saying I don't want to be conquered, to me that just says, hey, okay, you're basically saying that you're gonna lean more towards like, hey,
we were taken as a people, so we should have a very healthy fear and paranoia that we might be taken. So that's going to affect my behavior.
Yeah.
And
so
you're telling me to be laissez and chill and be social and we're all. I'm like, bro, we need to protect ourselves because I don't want to be taken again.
No, I'm talking about the internal politics of the country, like the way
the internal politics of the country.
What's up?
We got to spend a lot of money on the military, so it's gonna affect internal politics. Why are you spending so much on the military to protect us? I say because I don't want to be conquered.
No, not necessarily.
Matter of fact, I might want to even project a little bit of power just to make sure people know.
No. See, now you're crossing over. That's two different things. If you're talking about you don't want to be conquered, no. If you're talking about you don't want to be conquered, I mean, you can take a defensive posture. I mean, look at it like this: Japan has a defensive posture. It does not have offensive weaponry, but it can.
That's not a good example.
How's that not a good example?
You got to pick somebody else.
Got it. Okay. What about Switzerland?
Okay.
They have a policy of neutrality. They do not spend obscene amounts of money on their military, but there is conscription, so everybody does have to serve. You're actually in the military up until I think you're like 35. Like you have like 4 weeks of training every year. Like you're basically treated like reservists till you're like 35 or something like that. So they have things built into their country. Like I went there once, and they were basically saying like, hey, if things come to shove, you can basically go into the mountains, and they can like basically nuke the place. Like some of these valleys, like that's how they'll deal with people, or they can go.
You have to have them kind of plans in place. They know, why they know it's real.
Yeah,
we can sit here and play around and joke around, and it's all good. But see, they know. Europeans, especially Western Europeans, they know. They know, man.
But see, the thing when you talk about America, let's be clear. America is not a, hey, I don't want to be conquered. America is playing a game of empire. That's where that's where all that military spending is coming from. America has natural defenses, honestly. I mean, if you want to keep it 100%, like America just could rely on the geographical borders of, hey, I have oceans protecting me, and I have good relationships with Canada and Mexico. So, as long as someone doesn't try to pull
and as long as we keep destabilizing countries in South America and stuff, then you're right.
Yeah. So that's where I'm.
You hear what John Bolton said? He made a joke about Venezuela. I said, yeah, I know we had something to do with that. He's like, we didn't do much there. I said, yeah, okay. We've been out to Venezuela for years.
Yeah.
To destabilize them. But anyway.
So at the end of the day, I think all you really are talking about, hey, I don't want a Cuban Missile Crisis, so I don't want someone coming into the Caribbean or one of the islands and basically being able to put.
Look at military history and look at what America, which is an example of what I'm trying to explain, is that look at that example. Is that you are a nation somewhere else, and that some bigger nation can come and topple your government, disrupt your elections, right? Play games with banking systems, can affect your economy, and can crash your currency. I mean, things like that you have to take into account outside of just, not saying you, but I'm just saying like we have our own.
So let me ask you this:
it's messy out there, man. Some of the things
when you say you don't want to be conquered, no, when you say you don't want to be conquered, you mean just like physical confrontation, or you mean
all of it?
Because you could argue some people
security, financial.
No, that's what I mean. Some people argue, okay, if this country can come and put sanctions on me, then how much autonomy do you have?
No, that's my whole point. Exactly.
See, well, I think at that point, then you're talking about
as powerful as Russia is, we still sanction Russia.
Well, that means you would have to what you're describing. If you truly want it that way, you'd have to have something that rivals the American empire. You would have to be basically, because China really doesn't have it in the sense of they're talking about the BRICS and the financial system. That basically, so if what you're talking about, you basically have to be able to go toe to toe with empire, be able to say, hey, I'm not using dollars for my reserve currency, I'm paying in other things.
I want to say you just want to be friends with empire, but they're going to use you at some point, so you can't do that either.
Yeah, so what you're describing is kind of unrealistic.
Yeah, it's the real world, but you're right.
I mean, because there's only, the only other way you can balance it out is what they're trying to do, like balance of power theory. It's like, essentially, okay, we've got this big, 800-pound gorilla in the room. Like, we can't stand up to it individually, so we have to all collectively get together and be like, basically the BRICS type of situation of, hey, we're not gonna let the West just come in here and place sanctions on us like that. We're gonna create an alternative system.
Yeah, there are some options out there. But it's just a funny thought. That's all. When I think about politics in this country.
I mean, don't you? I mean, but I think
people
something
are so committed to the left or committed to the right. I be thinking sometimes.
No, but I mean, don't you think that when you look at most Black countries, they have at least they are definitely more collected. There may be tribalism, but like I said, it's either warring tribes versus this tribe versus that tribe, but it's rarely just warring individuals. Like in the West, you'll have two individuals that may not like each other, but it doesn't turn into you even see it on a local level. Like I was watching a video and they were just talking about, I grew up in I'm from DC and this person was from Baltimore. This more than I do growing up, and that apparently there's a big beef between the two. They were apparently just people from Baltimore and DC do not get along. At least growing up they didn't. The way this guy was talking, he was like, I don't even know why. It was just, hey, we were from Baltimore. They were from DC. They said people from Baltimore and Philly got along better.
That is true. It's a whole lot of reasons for that, but yeah, I'm about to jump off, man. You gonna remain on Paradox for a while, or
we're gonna go ahead and close it up?
All right, man. Renaissance, man. Thanks for coming through. We appreciate you, good brother.
Yeah. One question, DC, since y'all grew up here. One person was telling me, I don't know if you disagree or disagree. They said hip hop music did not blow up in DC first. It was about go-go music, and then hip hop came. I was like, that doesn't sound right to me, but maybe I don't know.
Go-go is. You got to remember, go-go is part of the heartbeat of DC. So
primary,
in a sense, DC always had that as the backdrop of our music. So in a sense, they're correct, because when you go back to Chuck Brown and the Soul Searchers, Little Benny and them, they was before what I would call hip hop. So you're talking about the early 70s. But these were blues. These were blues and funk bands in the city at that time. You know what I mean? So it wasn't really called go-go, from what I understand of it, at that particular time, until it got popularized around in the 80s. Then that's when we gave it a name. But it was always the up-tempo blues and funk music of local bands in the city.
So even
you had Trouble Funk. You had a lot of different guys. Like Trouble Funk was like sort of like Go-Go's Full Force. Like if you look at them, they were kind of like in that R&B vein. And then EU, everybody know who EU is with Sugar Bear and all them. Taste of Your Love. They were more of a contemporary R&B style of Go-Go. So it's always been around. So I mean, what do you think? What do you think, Paradox? From your point of view, what do you think?
Ah, man, you're a go-go head, bro. That music, that hip hop is not really gonna penetrate, but it's on the radio.
Yeah.
Commercialized, so you have to deal with it.
Yeah, the music is part of the city. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, in a sense that
but hip hop obviously was making inroads, obviously, all over the world, all over the country, really.
But
a lot of
they
people had their own music, but hip hop just kept coming, kept pushing through.
Right.
But that hold true even in the 90s, early 2000s, that hey, go-go was still the thing in DC and hip hop was kind of like
well, no, you gotta remember a lot of the hip hop beats that you listen to were from go-go. I mean, like Eric B and Rakim, that's go-go.
Okay.
Kid and Play, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that ain't nothing but go-go. That first album they had like 2 or 3 songs on there. They were strictly go-go. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of the sound that you heard in hip hop,
okay,
especially when it came down to the drums and the percussion, was very influenced by go-go music. Maybe we'll do like a history on it one day where it kind of go into some of the beats and the percussions, especially when you go down to like the drums and all that and the guitar playing. I mean, a lot of that, like not like that. Like even with James Brown, a lot of that was kind of fused in. That's why I say like a lot of what Chuck Brown did was like old Southern funk, bass line, sped up. So it's sort of the same tenets, man.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that was just a discussion. I thought it was interesting because she was just saying like she thought of hip hop. Someone was saying hip hop was black culture. She was like, nah, I think it's more New York City culture. She was like, because like hip hop didn't really penetrate, at least the DC area like that. So she was
back then.
How old is this girl? How old is this woman? I'm sorry.
Probably like 30s.
Oh, come on, man.
30s, 40s. Yeah.
Yeah, come on, man. Being Paradise grew up in the dawn of hip hop. Like, best believe, like because hip hop has such a, that's where it was. We just thought that, everybody knew that hip hop was strictly New York music at the time. That's how we felt. That is true, because everybody looked to New York to deliver hip hop to the masses, so to speak. Everybody else, especially around the Eastern Seaboard. So. But hip hop was an integral part of people growing up. Like, I was part of my childhood. No doubt. Curtis Blow, all of it. Yeah. Houdini, all of it, man. My brother was like a de facto DJ for the neighborhood. So yeah, we had block parties, all that type of shit. But we still had go-go music as our backdrop, mainly because that's neighborhood music. That's what we did, Yeah, people that created go-go bands at the time. So that was still part of our fabric, even though hip hop was still part of the main thing too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
y'all done, I definitely want to do like a stream just on like, because like I said, I'm originally from the South. I've been in DC for about 6 years now. So, still learning like, more of the background to it. So that'd be an interesting one. Cause like I said, this just popped up in my stream where, dudes were beefing about, not beefing, but he was just like growing up, hey, dudes from Baltimore didn't like dudes from DC, but dudes from Baltimore were cooler with dudes from Philly. So, that's all.
Yeah, that's one-sided though. Like most of the time, DC guys are like, because we live in a transient city where people are from everywhere, so we don't have that kind of localized feel to us. Yeah. We know people from everywhere, especially like their parents. You may meet somebody, their parents may be from, Mississippi or Georgia. Or then you can meet somebody, their parents may be from Africa, the Caribbean, and then vice versa. So we're a very transient city where Baltimore is more of a local type of city. Not to say that they don't have transient people too, they do, but it's way more of a transient feel or kind of like a different feel to the different people that you're going to come in contact with that's in DC than you would in Baltimore.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So a lot of the times, a lot of times, a lot of it, we fool around with it, man, because a lot of this is one sided too. Like they get mad, they get real sensitive, especially when it comes down to the women and all that. But that's just a whole nother thing.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. That's a whole nother story altogether. So I mean, me
yeah,
and
dude.
Paradise, we talked about it before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude brought that up, and then I knew it was a class thing as well, just because where Baltimore is now versus kind of where DC is. I'm sure class played into it as well.
I don't know about class as much
Really?
as it is. They
Okay.
just local, man. Yeah, they just
Okay.
have a local. They just have their own thing. Baltimoreans just have their own kind of, their own type of speed that they own, man. Pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, Paradox is out there way more than I am, and he can tell you way more about it than I can. I mean, what do you think, Paradox?
Yeah, not to get too deep into it, but yeah, that's the long and short of it.
Yeah, I don't know if class don't really have too much to do with it.
Okay.
It's really just like I said, it's really just energy.
Yeah.
Baltimore and Philly people are related to each other. A lot of them. So.
They are very closely aligned. Yeah, they're very similar. Very similar.
DC
Yeah.
runs on its own beat, like all other
Yep.
everybody else do, and so it just
Like Northern Virginia, Southern Maryland, which is PG County, and DC are totally different than the Baltimore, Philly, Wilmington there. Wilmington, I'll even put Wilmington, Delaware in that region. Yeah. So you got Wilmington, you got Baltimore, and you got Philly, which is Rust Belt. It's like Rust Belt going into white collarish type of towns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they trained to Philly
totally
a couple
different.
times.
It's a totally different energy running.
Yeah.
It really is. No doubt. It's true, man. It's real true.
Basically a different country, to keep it simple. So
all right, man. Thanks for coming over this up,
Okay.
man. We appreciate
I'll catch y'all later. Okay.
All right, man. We holler at you later, bro.
You don't want to
That's
get on
funny.
that pole, huh?
Not too long, man. We'll be on that for a long time, man. I gotta get to some stuff before I head on the bed, man. But yeah, man, good discussion, man. Good discussion. You have anything else you want to say?
No, that's it, man. This is Paradox.
And this is DC, and until next time, peace.